You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Friday night, 11 p.m., November 25th, 2022, day after Thanksgiving. I hope everyone had a nice Thanksgiving. Today we're going to play a game from a series that's new to us, relatively new series in the field of the document dumps, mystery suspects, cold case files games. This is the Cryptic Killers series. You can see I've got two games in front of me. Murder of a Marine Biologist is the game we're going to play tonight. I also happen to have Murder of a Musician. There are actually 4 games in the series, depending on where you live. This is a company from England. It seems like they sell their games exclusively on Amazon. And if you're in England, there's a 4th case that's just come out called Murder at a Casino. And then if you're in America, you've got 3. The other one is Movie at a Movie Theater. And let me see if I can bring up. Yeah, okay, there we go. So here's the Amazon page. Maybe there's 5, including, I can't quite see it. It's behind my camera. Musician, millionaire, and marine biologist. And what's the last one? Movie theater. Okay, so millionaire is another one. So there are 4 if you're in the US. And you can see from the Amazon page, they're rated slightly differently in difficulty. So the one we're playing today is rated as a 4 out of 5. It does use the internet. And Musician is 4.5 out of 5, a little more difficult. I can't see the movie theater one. It looks like it's a 3 out of 5. So I got the 2 harder ones. And Murder of a Millionaire and Movie Theater are rated slightly easier. If you're on Amazon UK, you'll see a 5th game, or at least on their website, which is the Casino. I don't know the difficulty level of that. And as a little tip, if you are in the US, the Amazon UK login is the same, and they will ship games to America at quite reasonable prices. So occasionally some of these mystery games are only available in the UK. Ordering from Amazon UK, delivery to the US is very reasonable. All right, so I just wanted to show you both of them. This is the one we're playing today, Murder of a Marine Biologist. I really don't know anything about this series, so I'm excited to try a new series. The only thing we know is what we've seen on the back and on the thing is that it will require the internet. I don't know in what form. And I guess maybe the other thing to tell you is the price of these. I think I got this newest one when it came out for $25, but now they're selling, at least today, for $15 each. So if we play this and you like it, you might want to purchase that while it's on sale, purchase the rest of them for $15. And again, your normal warning that if you intend to play through this on your own, this will be full of spoilers. You can only play this once. You might want to turn away once we start, but we'll catch up a little bit with the chat before we actually get started. So we missed a bunch of talk about a Mystery Science Theater that Logan was watching. I did hear back from Sam Stahl. This reminds me, you're talking about the Treasure of Dracula. I heard back from Sam Stahl, who was the author of the Dracula dossier game that we played. What was the title of that one? It was like I'm drawing a blank on the name. Not the Descendant, but the something of Dracula's Heir. Dracula's Heir. Anyway, I heard quickly back from Sam Stahl, who just said it's nice that we played it. He seemed old school. He was saying how he can't figure out how to use Facebook or something like that. Not that I know how to use Facebook either. For my Thanksgiving, I went a couple blocks down to some friends here, Rebecca and Chad, and we had a little Friendsgiving, just the three of us. My wife stayed home, and we had a good dinner, and we played Rear Window, which is behind me there. Rear Window. We played Rear Window, and then we watched Hitchcock's Rear Window movie from 1954. And if you follow my Twitter account, which there'd be no reason you would, but I posted my quick thoughts about Rear Window, the game. And what I would say is we all liked it, and I've been looking for the Rear Window type game. I've been looking for this kind of game for a long time, and it has always failed. Mysterium Park, there's a game called Obscurio, there are a couple more. They all have a kind of Dixit flavor where one person is trying to convey information to the others using cards that have multiple things going on in them. And so it's a cooperative game. If you watched the review Greg and I did and the playthrough of Mysterium Park, you could see that's the most boiled down version of the game, and it just basically fails. You could have a good game of Mysterium, but you more likely are going to have a bad game where the person giving clues doesn't have the right cards, and where you're trying to direct them is just not, it's either too easy or too hard, and it's not super fun for anyone. But Rear Window pulled it off. So I would recommend, if you are interested in that style of a game, and you don't need a bunch of them, I actually liked Mysterium a little bit, but it was much too convoluted and long. Anyway, Rear Window is the game. It works. It solves the structural problems of how you make a game like that enjoyable and meaty and fun and full of interesting decisions. And yet it's also very clean, simple, boiled down, short game. Really impressed. Now, I have a little bit of concern that it may be, the cards are unlike Dixit Mysterium cards in that they're much simpler with less going on. I have a little bit of, they don't give you that pleasure that the art on the Dixit cards do. Although I really wonder if you couldn't use Dixit cards in some way with Rear Window. Rear Window, the cards are a little simpler, so I have a little bit of concern about that. But it's a very clever game. It does a couple of things that are very clever, some little twists on there could be a traitor, but you could play without that. But the one thing it does really, really well, the real clever design decision with Rear Window is it takes place over 4 sessions, 4 rounds, where you're giving clues about the same things. And the feedback that the players guessing get is like a mastermind feedback. They're told how many things they got right, but not which ones. And what that means is by the time you get to the 4th and final day, you've got this trail of guesses and feedback that they can look at and try to piece together, well, we probably got this right, and maybe we got this wrong. And then there are some actions they can take, some special actions that would help them clear that up. And that puzzle of being able to look at the 4 previous rounds and think through, well, if this was right, then this couldn't have been right. But if this wasn't right, then it means we probably, between these 2 options, it must have been this one. Very well done, and really, I mean, I can't guarantee it's going to work every playthrough, but boy, of all the games, I finally found one that worked, and it's cheap and it's well produced. Then there's that. Then we watched Hitchcock's Rear Window, the movie from 1954, which is a masterpiece. So, like, if you are interested in having a game night with some friends, maybe 4 friends, 5 friends, let me suggest, if you like this idea of pairing a movie with a game, get yourself Rear Window, the game, and watch the movie afterwards. I don't think you can do any better than that. All right. Anything else to talk about? We also tried Azul, the Master Chocolatier version. We tried, if you have Azul, there's no reason to buy this. It's basically different colored tiles with one variant you can play, and I don't think the variant adds anything important. So if you already like Azul and have Azul, no need to get it. If you don't, you might pick up that one instead of the main Azul. Azul is a great game. I would recommend it. All right. Anyone else want to talk about anything to catch up on before we get started? Robert said, I saw a movie on HBO that just came out, See How They Run. That was in the movie theaters for a while, right? That was the old-timey detective in a movie theater. Yeah, it takes place in one theater. Yeah, I guess a play. They're putting on Agatha Christie. Yeah, I heard it was okay. We've got Daniel has come and joined. Tomorrow, I'll be playing Chapter 1 of Key Enigma, which is this game over here on the wall that's supposed to be 8 short chapters of like hour long. It's a puzzle game. I don't have any high expectations, but I'm going to play 1 chapter per session, so it'll probably be a short session. But we'll play that if you're curious what that game series is like. And then on Sunday, at an unusual time, I think 3 p.m. I scheduled it for, sometime in the afternoon, we'll be playing the first turn of 14 turns or so of the play-by-mail, Murders by Mail game, the 3rd one in the series, if you joined us for the Sherlock Holmes and L.A. Noire case. We decided to play through the rest of that, so if you're interested in joining for that, that'll be on Sunday. Blind Birder, that's right, that's what it's called, the Blind Birder. Anyone else do anything fun for Thanksgiving? I also ordered, and maybe someone found any good sales. I'm not a big fan of sales, but I did order more Deadbolt Mystery Society games that are on sale. And we played one of them a couple days ago. That was The Inheritance, surprisingly good. And I did also order the Society of Curiosities games. They're, again, more puzzle games. I mean, I've been ordering a lot of puzzle games just because I've ordered all of the real detective game. Any game that's like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, I've already ordered. But, so the puzzle games aren't my favorite, but we've been trying them. So anyway, I ordered that set. I heard very good things about the treasure hunt one. And I'm very keen on the idea of hunting for a treasure. We talked about it at some point when we played the Hunt to Kill or Blair Witch, and we had a map and we were trying to navigate on it. It occurred to me that, boy, there's a theme and a setting where solving puzzles feels right, like trying to hunt down a treasure that maybe someone has left cryptic clues about. So I've heard good things about the Society of Curiosities treasure hunt map game, so we'll play that first. All right. Stacy has played Calling Card. Stacy has played a bunch. Robert says we played Micro Macro. It was well worth it. Yeah, Micro Macro is pretty good. There's at least 2 separate editions of Micro Macro now. John said played Triominoes. That's as intense as gaming got. All right, let's open this up and see what we got. Let's see, it's sealed. The way you have to rip it. Okay. Let me get my tea here. So, in the olden days of the channel, a year or two ago, everything would be prepared way ahead of time. And it's human nature to see how close to the line you can get things. So now I just rush in here 30 seconds before. I've talked about what tea I drink these days. I used to drink just plain black tea like English breakfast or whatever. Then I tried this Christmas tea over at Greg's house once, and now that's all I drink. Twining's Christmas tea, which sounds ridiculous that I shouldn't like it, but I do like it. All right, here we go. Murder of a Marine Biologist. Let's see what we've got here. This series actually has pretty good reviews on Amazon. I haven't heard anything else about it elsewhere. All right, so they're all, looks like they all have this little thing that we don't need. All right, let's look. So you remember how we do this. We basically usually just scan through the documents, but I can see already some surprises. It's divided into two parts. Very interesting. That's good. That sounds intriguing. Two parts in two separate envelopes. Open this first, check all contents, complete the objective, online hints, confirm your answer for part 1, and then move to part 2. Okay, so we love when these games are staged into acts, and this looks like they've taken that quite seriously. All right, let's see what we got here. Now, I've been working on my OBS plugin with the markers, which you guys know about. And let me just make sure I've got everything configured that basically works. It's been acting up a little bit since I switched to a 4K camera, which is a little bit better. I'm working on a version 2 of the markers that is a little bit more sensitive to, you can see it's oscillating a little bit, a little more able to weed out similar colors. But the other thing I changed was I changed how it behaves by default when there's no markers, and now I can zoom in with a more fine-grained zoom. Okay, so hopefully that new feature that lets me zoom in however I want without, even when markers aren't present, will make it a little easier to give us a good display here. Okay, let's read this. Welcome to this, I might need my glasses for this. Welcome to this immersive unsolved case file game by Cryptic Killers. Trudy Earhart, a marine biologist in Brisbane, Australia, has been found dead with a bullet wound to her head. Her colleague, Dave Herman, was also found dead in the ocean a few weeks prior. Trudy's brother, Ben, has been arrested and is the prime suspect in this case. Let me zoom in. Maybe I can read it if I zoom in enough. The evidence has been collected for you. It's your job to work out if Ben is actually the killer or if anyone else has committed this murder. Okay, I like this manual zoom in. It's working. Your mission is simple. Eliminate as many of the suspects as possible so that we can find the killer or killers and bring them to justice. Instructions. As the lead detective working on this case, your aim is to find the killer or killers. Finding the killers won't be easy. You'll need to familiarize yourself with all of the evidence provided, including any online content that is mentioned. Internet access will be required to crack this case. Having observed all of the evidence, it may be helpful to identify potential suspects and their motives, determine which suspect each piece of evidence belongs to, and attempt to find an alibi for as many of the suspects as possible. Okay, all standard practice. Through the process of elimination, we're confident that you'll bring the culprits to justice. This case file is divided into two parts. You may start with the envelope labeled Part 1. Do not move on to the envelope marked Part 2 until you have confirmed your answer to Part 1. Very important. Missing evidence. Any missing evidence can be downloaded from the Brisbane City Digital File Storage System. Links to download any missing evidence are provided on the back of the envelopes labeled part 1 and part 2. It almost sounds like the game is like, look, we're not that careful, so there's a good chance we forgot to put something in. So we may have to check. Normally I don't bother. And then it says, if you enjoyed the case, you can visit us Instagram, Facebook. When we've seen your post, we'll send you a unique single-use voucher code. NH. These are fictitious crimes. Any resemblance to real people or events is unintended. And then it says in the fine print, we can change our thing. So this is a good time to remind you that if you join us for a live stream here and enjoy the game and didn't purchase it because I've purchased it, you know that I purchase all of these games myself. None of these games are provided for me. I have no relation to the companies. If we don't like it, we can say so. But if you play along with us and you enjoy the game, there's 2 things I would ask of you. The first is consider leaving a review of the game on the company's website. These companies that are making these games that we love, these are niche games. There aren't that many people who play these games. And especially with a new company trying to get their foothold and sell their games, having someone write a review and recommending a game is a big deal. So one way you could give back to the company, since you haven't purchased the game, you've enjoyed it in some form watching it here, is you could write them a review. That's better than buying the game for them. You write a public review saying that you like the game, you're doing better to them than if you bought it yourself and didn't write a review. Okay, that's the first thing. Second, what's the second thing I ask of you? I'd love to hear your thoughts after we play these games. One of the most enjoyable parts of these games for me is talking about them afterwards and hearing how people had a different experience, liked it, didn't like it. So consider leaving a comment at the end of the video if you watch it later and let me know what you thought of it. All right, so there's our introduction. So we're going to get out part 1. We're going to look, nothing secret here. I see there's a little writing here. Doesn't look like it's important. It says, case, the murder of marine biologist, victim Trudy Earhart. Okay, so let's put this off to the side for now. I don't know why it's not quite going in there. All right, so we don't need the rest of this. We can focus on our part 1. All right. What have we got here? Brisbane City Police Force, case ID, part 1, evidence checklist. So it's just saying make sure we've got all these things there. Very important, missing evidence. If you're missing something, you can go online and get it. Okay. Technician James Gibson, date 2019. So that's when this case was probably originally written, 2019. All right, let's open it up and make sure we have all the evidence, since they seem very concerned that they may have forgotten to put something in here. It is interesting that it seems to be suggesting that all of the evidence is online. That's a little dangerous. That sounds like people could play it without buying anything. All right, let's go through the evidence quickly together, and I can zoom out now. I like this zoom out thing. All right, let's go through it and see that we've got everything. So you can't see it here, but here we have the internal memo. Okay, we'll just quickly go through this, make sure you have everything. Internal memo. This is the letter from Ben to the lawyer. Note from Ben to himself. Coroner's report about Trudy. Crime scene report. Record of interview. I'm just going through this list as we go. It's nice, these are in order. We have an envelope for Trudy. Then we have a news article from the web. We have a newspaper. Wow, we have 2 newspapers, 2 full double-sided newspapers. That's pretty promising. And not that we love going through newspapers, but it's promising that they're so well done. So 2 days. Okay, then we've got a police report and then a social media printout. Okay, so we have everything that's in the evidence checklist. So we can put that aside. All right, now is the time to sign off if you think you want to play this game yourself. All right, let's take a look at what we've got here. Internal memo, Brisbane Police Department. To Detective Inspector P.L. Ayres, I'm assigning you to a new case. Miss Gertrude Trudy Earhart was found in her office at the University of Brisbane during the night of the 19th of April by a university security guard. She had been shot and was already dead by the time the security guard found her. All right, let me interrupt for a second to talk about something. One of the decisions we have to make with these games is whether we're going to write on the documents. And I sort of do that on a case-by-case basis, based on the expense of the game and whether you want the extra challenge of trying to solve it without making notes on it. In this case, it's a $15 game, $15 to $25. I don't have anyone who's waiting for it. Given that the cost is low and we're doing it live, I think we'll just feel free to write on stuff as we see fit. So I'm going to write on this as we need to. I wish this was a little bit, there was a little bit more contrast here. It's a little dim to read off the screen. Okay, so 19th of April, though, she's found dead by a security guard in her office at University of Brisbane. Okay. Detective Inspector Barry Wolfe took the case originally with Miss Earhart's brother, Benjamin Ben Earhart, quickly becoming his prime suspect. Wolfe's conclusion fit the character of Mr. Earhart, who already has a checkered past involving several years in prison. Wolfe had reasonable suspicion to detain Earhart for questioning, but time is now running out before we have to either formally charge him or let him go. So far, Mr. Earhart has said very little to the police. He pleaded innocent and that he was with Neptune on the night of the crime, but we haven't yet been able to prove whether this alibi is true or not. After that, he refused to speak to the police any further and wrote a letter to a defense attorney requesting representation. Security screening couldn't find anything wrong with it, so we allowed it to be sent along, but we made a photocopy just in case it proved useful to the investigation. Interesting. Wolfe today called in sick with food poisoning. Normally I wouldn't reassign a case like this, but if Wolfe did make a mistake, we have to rectify it as soon as we can. So it's up to you to see if you can use this new information to prove Mr. Earhart's alibi, namely where he was at the time of the murder, and see if you can find anyone who can testify that this is the truth. My advice would be to see if you can discover who this Neptune person is, assuming it's a person. Do keep in mind that it's possible there were other people who might have wanted to see Miss Earhart dead. Additional evidence can be found in your webmail. It can be accessed here, www.brisbanecpf.com. So we've got a login to an online email account. Wolfe requested some information from the archive, so it might be astute to check it out. Okay, so we've got extra information online. So far, pretty compelling setup here. It sounds like that's what part one is. Part one is our prime suspect proving that he did have an alibi and he's not the suspect. And maybe once we prove that, we go to part two. All right, and then we've got this Neptune person. So apparently he says his alibi is he was with Neptune, whatever that means. Then he asks for a defense attorney, and they've got a copy of that letter in case it's fishy. Okay. And here's the letter that Ben wrote. We've intercepted this letter written by Ben in his police cell to his lawyer, Brisbane Police. So this is something I've talked about before. I wonder if the markers are going to like this magenta background. One of the things we talked about before is that I'm happy with a photocopy of a document rather than a company trying to make every piece of evidence look real. So you could imagine in a higher cost, higher production quality game, there would be a real post-it and a real letter that they've got to rip the copy off of. But this is fine with me, the idea that the police photocopied all the evidence. Okay, so let's see what he says. I write to you in much distress. I've been imprisoned of a crime I didn't commit. Let's go up here. Maybe I should start from the beginning. My sister, Dr. Gertrude Earhart, Trudy to her friends, well, to everyone except important documents, really, lecturer in marine biology at the University of Brisbane, was shot dead. She's one of the leading experts in the country on jellyfish. She's written several books and articles on the subject, but the police arrested me for the crime. I swear I'm innocent. I love my sister. I wouldn't ever dream of killing anybody, full stop. They only think it's me because I've been in trouble with the law in the past. I'll admit I've been naughty before, but nothing like this. He says, please consider this my formal request for you to defend me. I remember reading in the paper a big news event about how you won a case and got a guy off the hook, so I'll trust you'll be able to do the same for me. Please, you've got to prove my innocence, not just so I can have my freedom, but because the good in here is really quite awful. The food in here is really quite awful. What I ate last night did not sit well with me. You can see some words are underlined. I wonder now if they're passing on a message. Before, the underlines seemed reasonable. Now they're looking a little fishy. Because the food in here is really quite awful. What I just ate last night did not sit well with me. There is a person who can provide my alibi. The only problem is I don't know their real name. If you can find Neptune, they'll be able to prove I wasn't at the crime scene when my sister was shot. You have the braininess to prove my innocence. I tracked my location using a GPS locator that saved my coordinates. The web address is www.gpswiz.com, and my username is Bernhard. Before you ask, I've already given you the password. Okay, so that's the underlined things are going to be somehow the password. So let's take another look at this. So we didn't want to write the password in plain text. It's done here. So we've got naughty news event, won a case. Let's just underline. These are either going to be... could be the first letter of each of these words, or maybe a whole phrase, but it seems like too long. Any other underlined words? So if we took the first letter of all of these, we would get N, N, W, F, A, B, B. Given the password, there's the website address. He's given us his username. Okay, so another website we could check out. All right. Well, Neptune, and he doesn't know who's the real name of Neptune. Note recovered from Ben Earhart's residence. Okay, 19th of April. This is a note he's written on the day she was found. Let's see what it says. Why isn't it zooming in? To whoever. Why is it not zooming in? What did I do? Is it too high up? To whoever will find this note, I'm meeting Neptune tonight. My sister organized a meeting with this person, but she had to stay at the university to catch up on some marking or something, so she's sending me to meet Neptune instead. I'm guessing this meeting is something to do with her dead friend who drowned, that she keeps insisting was murdered. Apparently, this Neptune person can't reveal their real name for some reason. Who knows? Maybe it's the Greek Roman god of the sea. Stranger things have happened. Anyway, this whole thing sounds incredibly shady, so I'm writing this note so if I'm kidnapped, people will know what has happened to me. Taking my GPS locator so you can find me if I go missing. Ben Earhart. That makes complete sense. Sister is concerned about her friend who died a week ago. We've got information about that. She asked her brother to meet him, and now the brother is wrapped up in this, and he left himself a note for his records. Okay, so here's a little postscript. If you're reading this, ignore all that. Neptune was not a kidnapper or anything like that. We met in a cafe. I keep reading these F's as G's. We met in a cafe on Park Road. She refused to tell me her real name. Okay, so Neptune is code name for a girl, a lady. She refused to tell me her real name, but she did say it was something close and that she was mightier than the sword. Well, we know the pen is mightier than the sword. Some sort of word game like ABC equals ECD type of thing. She also made sure to wear her sweatshirt hood down over her face so I couldn't see what she looked like. I do recall a logo with a coral and bubbles on it and the word staff underneath. Okay, so she was wearing a shirt with the logo that she probably worked at this place. Okay. And that she was mightier than the sword. We know the saying is the pen is mightier than the sword. Her name is close to Neptune. So somehow maybe it's saying we're replacing some letters to get, well, Neptune, P-E-N, is the first three letters in reverse. Pen. So you might think that her real name is like Pen and Newt. If you reverse that, that doesn't work all that well, but you could see she's mightier than the pen, Nep, pen. All right, something to chew on. And she probably works at this place with coral and bubbles. Okay. She didn't stay long, but she did give me an envelope addressed to Trudy to pass on to her. So this person knows about the murder of, who is the person that died a week earlier? She's found on the 19th, Our Lady was. What was the week ago death? Where did we hear about the week ago death? My sister shot dead. Okay. Where is the previous person that drowned? Where did we read about that? Who can remind me where we said it? The intro said it. Am I not reading the intro? Oh, you mean the intro, not this report, but the real intro on the inside of the folder. Okay, so we haven't learned about it yet in game. All right, so Ben wrote a note to himself, very smart, before he went to meet Neptune and afterwards. He knows it's a woman, but she's hiding her identity. And she's given an envelope. I wonder if that's envelope 2 that we're not reading yet. Okay, here we go. Here's something nice. The autopsy report. Since this is the first time we're playing a game by this company, let's take some time to sort of appreciate how nice and real this looks. Nice logo. Forensics Department, Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Brisbane. Colin Molyneux, Chief Medical Examiner. Okay, what have we got? April 20th, so they're efficient. They did the autopsy the day after. Checked female. Gertrude Earnhardt, 52 years old. They ran toxicology. They ran an x-ray of the front of the head. Bullet right in the center of the head, full assassination style. Bullet passed through the center of the frontal bone, through the brain tissue before becoming lodged in the occipital bone. Direction of bullet travel would suggest that the victim was either in a seated position while the shooter was standing, or the victim had their head slightly bowed when the bullet struck. So bullet comes down at an angle. I see. So either they're seated and the person is shooting them from above, or they're bowing their head. So when you shoot them, it goes down. Okay. As the Chief Medical Examiner conducting inquiry into the death of the deceased, and after considering the evidence to date, I present the following findings. Cause of death was brain destroyed by gunshot. Manner of death, victim shot in the head at point blank range. That's important. Dying instantly. So seated or head slightly bowed. Time of death. Estimate the time of death to be between 9 and 10 on Friday, 19th of April. Okay, so, sorry, not 9 and 10, 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. Right? 1900 is 7 p.m. Okay, so we've got a time of death. (7 p.m. and 8 p.m.) Okay, nice little crime scene report. Nice full logo. Brisbane City Police Force. Protect and serve is their motto. Protecting and serving our communities. Barry Wolf, this is the detective originally assigned to this case. He wrote this up the day of the dead body found, so he did this right away. I arrived at the scene of the crime at 22:40. So here they are at 10:40 p.m. Okay, let's just help ourselves. 10:40 p.m. So at least 2.5 hours after she was killed. Jonathan Agnew, a security guard at the university, found the body during his rounds around 22:15 that day and called the police. The room was the victim's second floor office, which she had formerly shared with a recently deceased colleague. I see, that's the recently deceased person. The victim, marked as the red circle in the diagram below, was at their desk. Okay, so it makes sense she was sitting down when she was shot. Victim was slumped back in her chair, one bullet wound to the forehead. There was no exit wound on the other side of the head, damage to the chair wall behind her. Statements taken from those on campus suggest a silencer was used, since there was no mention of hearing a gunshot. They did recover the bullet fragment, right? Bullet, yes, they do see the bullet. I was just thinking, is it one of those No Country for Old Men killings with that thing that shoots them with the piston? Okay, no one heard a gunshot, so probably a silencer. The room was in darkness. We presume the culprit turned off the lights to make people believe no one was there. There didn't seem to be any signs of struggle, apart from the blood seeping into the carpet under the victim's chair. The room was not in any state of disarray. Sounds like they weren't searching for anything. As there are no marks on the window, we believe the culprit came in through the door and acted quickly. Okay, well, It's an office. It would be common for the professor or the scientist to not lock the door. So we don't, obviously, she didn't walk up and let someone in. She was sitting in her desk, or probably she didn't. I guess you could walk and let someone in and then have them walk you back. But why? We believe the culprit came in through the door, acted quickly. On the victim's lap was a pad of paper with her pen nearby on the floor. Written on the pad was the name of the victim's brother. We believe as the victim's chair was tucked into her desk and the victim's lap was obscured by a modesty panel, the culprit did not notice this. In other words, they're saying that after the person shot her, they wouldn't have seen that she had been writing a name on her lap, and so they wouldn't have seen this pad of paper. Doesn't say that they think she scrawled the name of her killer on it, but it is weird that she's just written the brother's name on a piece of paper. Like, why? Why would you do that? Okay, and then we've got a couple things indicated. A plant, another desk. This presumably was the desk of the person who died a week ago, her friend. Bookshelves. Okay. I like it. Here's an interview. Okay. Nice full color logo figurehead or whatever you, what do you call what's at the head of the page? Not a figurehead, header. Okay. On the 25th of April, I had a chance, so this is a couple days later, I had a chance to interview Dr. John Harding, who's the head of the marine biology department at the University of Brisbane and was a colleague of Trudy's. This is the transcript of our conversation. Okay, so this is John Harding, the head of marine biology. And this is presumably by the detective. Double-sided long interview. Okay, here we go. Let's read. The time is 5:05 p.m. on Monday, 25 April 2019. I'm sitting with Dr. John Harding in his office in the Mackenzie Building of the Natural Science, University of Brisbane main campus. Dr. Harding, thanks for letting me talk with you. Oh, no, it's no problem at all. I'm happy to help. You don't mind if I record this conversation, do you? No, that's fine. Good. Just have to make sure you're aware of everything, formalities and such. I understand. Now, for how long did you know Dr. Earhart? Well, 20 years or so. So you knew her pretty well then? Oh, yes, definitely. And now, do you recall Dr. Earhart ever mentioning Ben? Ben Earhart, right? Her brother. That's correct. Oh, yes, many times he came up in conversation every now and then. And can you say how often? It can be a rough estimate. Oh, well, it wasn't a regular occurrence, but say once a month. And can you describe the tone of these conversations? How did Dr. Earhart feel about her brother? Oh, they were positive. She seemed to get along with her brother. That's how it seemed to me. No animosity between the two, then? Oh, none that I could make out, at least no more than what's average for siblings. No disputes over wills or estates or anything like that? Oh, no. Can you remember the last time Dr. Earhart mentioned Ben? I think, yes, she mentioned him the other day she died, on the day she died. Said he was doing a favor for her. Now she'd have to buy him a drink in return. Okay. So far, all consistent with what Ben has said. This detective feels like he's locked onto Ben. So you don't know of any reason why Ben would want to kill his sister? I don't know of any reason. I can think of reasons why other people would want to kill her, but not Mr. Earhart. Can you elaborate on that? Well, she was always campaigning for various issues, mostly, well, always about the environment, standing up for the creatures of the sea. I think she made a few enemies along the way. Any enemies in the faculty? No, don't think so anyway. Well, what about among the students? This is confidential, right? Yes. Okay, well, there was a former student of Trudy's name of Beatrix LeBlanc. LeBlanc is a kind of pen, by the way. Name of Beatrix LeBlanc. She enrolled here a few years ago, straight A student for the first couple of years. Got on well with the other students and the lecturers. However, at the end of her third year, Beatrix handed in her dissertation project. Trudy was her dissertation tutor, so she was responsible for marking it. During the marking process, Trudy became suspicious whether or not Beatrix had actually written the entire dissertation herself. It later emerged that indeed Beatrix had plagiarized her essay. She was naturally brought before a disciplinary panel. She argued that it was all a terrible coincidence and she hadn't knowingly plagiarized anything. But the board decided otherwise and she was expelled from the university. That was at the end of last year. Expelled over plagiarism? Well, it wasn't as if she'd simply left a source unreferenced. This institution does not tolerate students trying to pass other people's work off as their own. Miss LeBlanc knew full well the penalty for this sort of behavior, and she paid the price for doing so. And what was her reaction to the board's decision? Well, as you can probably expect, she was outraged. She always maintained that she hadn't done anything wrong and deserved her degree. I mean, I can understand she'd put in 3 years hard work and received nothing for it, but, well, plagiarism is plagiarism. Did she hold Dr. Earhart personally responsible? I do believe so. Trudy mentioned being harassed online, and letters too. She asked me to burn them. I thought it might be pertinent to keep them. Well, police have them now. I see. Well, will you be okay to testify about all this in court? Yes, I'd be happy to help. Okay, thank you very much for sparing your time, Dr. Harding. Okay, so Beatrix LeBlanc is clearly a suspect of ours, although I note her last name is a LeBlanc, which is a kind of pen. So could she be Neptune? She was a microbiology student, so that would make sense for her to have a name in here. The other reason why she would make a weird suspect is this guy is saying that she probably blames Trudy, but if we're right, if Trudy was right, this is related to the drowning of her partner. Not her partner, another professor who shared the office with her. So why would he be killed first? Interesting. Okay, let's continue on. So that's the other side of that interview which we read. For Trudy Earhart. Oh, it looks like this is the letter from Neptune. Let's leave this aside. We'll come back to that. Let's read this newspaper article from ANN News. Controversial jellyfish clinics face closure after changes to the law. Controversial jellyfish clinics face closure after changes to the law. And here's a clip art picture of something. Penelope Muds with one of her jellyfish cures. Okay, it's the back of Penelope Muds. In case she's relevant to our case. I don't see anything particularly interesting to her except a little pink ponytail tie. Nothing in the background. Alternative health clinics that offer jellyfish cures will have to close after changes to legislation made their curing methods illegal. The clinics have faced much controversy in recent days after their cures involving jellyfish venom were brought to light. Health experts have dubbed the methods quackery and pseudoscience and have been campaigning to tighten legal loopholes that allowed the clinics to operate. Today, the proposal to illegalize medical procedures involving jellyfish was voted into law. Trudy Earhart, who campaigned for the change in the law, said today, "I'm glad to see the government making the right decision. These clinics were taking advantage of vulnerable people, putting profit ahead of lives and safety of their customers, and they had to be stopped. These so-called cures were doing more harm than good, so it's excellent that these practices have been illegalized to prevent further injury and death to innocent Australians." Okay, we're not told who printed this out, so I guess this is just seems like this is the detective printing this out when he's researching who might have wanted to kill her. This wouldn't, but you don't, if you're a business, you don't kill someone for revenge. You might kill her prior to the law passing to shut her up. But it seems odd that you would kill her after the law passed. Okay, the story continues on the back here. So this is a story from 12th April, a week before her murder. Meanwhile, Penelope Mudds, whose clinic is now no longer allowed to continue offering its range of jellyfish cures, said, "The future is looking very bleak, that's for sure. Our whole business operation has been completely destroyed. People like to portray us as evil, that we deserve what's coming to us. All we were trying to do was run an honest business, offering hope to those left disillusioned with the health service." What is that? Was that so wrong? This is all just proof that the elites have it in for us little guys and will do anything it takes to silence anyone who dares to challenge their so-called wisdom. It's rotten behavior in this day and age. When questioned about what she was going to do now the laws had changed, Mudds responded, "I really don't know. Miss Earhart, and her know what's best friends have completely destroyed my whole business. Maybe I'll go work for a comb factory or something." Okay, so she calls Earhart Airhead. She clearly doesn't like her. And then related stories from this website. Mom washed my winning lotto ticket. Dog rescues man struggling in open water. Rufus pulls Redmond supermarket worker to safety. School closed after burst water pipe floods classrooms. Okay. And then we've got, so that was on the 12th of April, a week before she was killed. And then we've got 2 issues of the Brisbane Chronicler. One is from 31 January, 4 months before our crime. March, April, February, March, April, yeah, 3.5 months. And one a couple weeks before our crime. Okay, well, let's look at the earlier one first. 31 January. That's quite a while ago. Rare jellyfish to get legal protection. Staff writer Leslie Cloud. When Chancery and Drucker, the developers, maybe we shouldn't read this. We've been playing around with different times to read the newspaper instead of just reading it all at once. So let's just take a look at it in general, and then we'll decide what was interesting. Why did it was kind of nice to have it all there. Okay. So an article about jellyfish, photo of the jellyfish. Bus driver strike. Attempted break-in. This sounds like it could be relevant to us, right? Does she work? She doesn't work at the aquarium, though, but it is interesting. And then radio kicks. Nothing jumps out at us, but this article sounds like it could be relevant. All right, and now so we'll have to we'll read that paper in full eventually, but let's just try to give ourselves a tour of documents first. Okay, controversial cartoonist found dead. Doesn't seem related to us. Botanical gardens. Indulge your senses with fresh flavors. Nothing jumps out there. Australian tourist died from venom overdose. Is this her? No, her office mate drowned, we're told. So I don't know if that's relevant, but here we go. I've lost my camera here. Hopefully it'll come back in a second. Okay, campaigners protest alternative clinic. This is probably related to us. Then an ad for the zoo and an ad for pensions. So this is clearly going to be about our case. All right, so we'll read these soon. At least the articles related to our case. Let's see what else we've got. We've only got 2 more documents and then the envelope here. So here's our police report. On the 18th of April, 2019, Miss Gertrude Trudy Earhart reported she had received a mysterious parcel addressed to her office at the University of Brisbane. This is a day before she was killed. Inside the parcel was nothing but a keychain with a small replica of a bullet attached. The parcel had no return address. She believed the keychain to be a death threat, but was unsure who it had been sent by. We told Miss Earhart we would look into the matter and get back to her when we had more information. We sent the bullet to be examined by forensics to see if they could garner any clues. We'll update later when we have further information. So this is the day before she's killed. She gets a bullet on a keychain. A replica of a bullet, it says. Replica. So it's not like it's going to be a real bullet that we're going to match to the bullet in her head. Replica of a bullet. That doesn't sound like someone who's shot her. And then this investigator is Eleanor Brown. This could be that student she got expelled, who's just a red herring. Okay, and now we've got some social media. There's our LeBlanc person. Potato Battery. Come see us at something. Many thanks to Ben Carter for filling in for Jack the Boosh at the last minute. This is, I don't know if this is Twitter or something. I don't know if we could look up these people. It's not timeline related either, right? This is before, a couple days before our murder. Trixie reposted. Come see me. Got the awesome supporting me on drums for the full hour. Best way to look at the note she posted a week before the murder. Anyone know what the best way to kill a marine biologist is? Asking for a friend. Any new BrizU students unfortunate enough to get Trudy Earhart, my condolences. Well, Trudy Earhart seems like she has an account on this social media app if we wanted to see if we could find her. She better sleep with one eye open. Seriously, I mean it. Trudy, don't think I've forgotten what you did. Okay, kind of funny, but she's got an alibi for the 15th. But not the 19th. And if you were really going to kill someone, you wouldn't be posting on social media what's the best way to kill them. Probably, at least not so jokingly. I wonder, though, if this is a usable clue for us. Like, or even her, like, is it saying that there's nothing closer to the date of the murder? Or if we search for this online, might we find posts after the 15th of April? Surely not. Surely the detective has gathered these after the murder, and if there were others, he'd have them. I don't know why she's not posting, but I wonder if we could find that. Probably not. I'm guessing the way this is structured, this is sort of a generic, not Facebook, not Twitter. We've talked before on the channel how I don't like when these games use real social media sites like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I think that those things should be in the game world on their own made up website. Then they're not dependent on the real sites allowing them to post fake content, and it can't come down. Okay, so then the last thing is this. I think what we should do, however, is take a break. We'll come back, we'll open this, and then maybe we'll check out the newspapers and those websites. Don't forget. I was going to say how it doesn't feel like we have enough to prove anything yet, but we have the websites as well. Everyone seems to agree in the chat. It's clearly not... Beatrix is too easy. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back and continue. Okay, we're back. Let's catch up on the chat. Jonathan is wanting to clarify what our assignment is for part 1. We're going to check that in a second. Lambert says, Anna, it's your idea that the first detective might have been poisoned since he is now... You have to take over the case. Yes, that is interesting that the current detective seemed to be poisoning. Was it? I wonder if he got poisoned from some seafood or something. Because he said he had food poisoning. So it would be interesting to see if it was seafood poisoning. Might be something to look out for in the newspapers as well. Before we read this and do the online stuff in the newspaper, let's recheck what our assignment is. It says, envelope 1 told us what our job is. It says, complete the objective in the internal memo. When we're ready, we go to this website and give our answer to confirm that we've solved it correctly. All right, so we're not going to read that yet, but let's see what the internal memo actually charges us with doing. You can see it's bolded. It's up to you to see if you can use this new information to prove Mr. Earhart's alibi, namely where he was at the time of the murder. See if you can discover who this Neptune person is. So here are the 2 questions we are charged with answering at that website. Where he was at the time of the murder, and can we discover who Neptune is? Which we think both of those answers are wrapped up in the same thing. He says he's with Neptune on the night of the crime. Here's his note to himself. On the night of the crime, he wrote this note saying he's meeting with Neptune and that he's taking his GPS locator, which we are given the website of here with the code to his password. So if we can get his GPS, we should be able to prove that he was not at his sister's location during her time of death from 7 to 8. And then we may be able to find out who Neptune is. That would answer the questions posed to us here. Prove where he was and discover who Neptune is. Okay. And someone pointed out in the channel, I kept saying that LeBlanc, who is the name of the student expelled for plagiarism, her name was LeBlanc, and I kept saying LeBlanc is a pen, because you'll remember we got this clue about Neptune being mightier than the sword, and I kept saying LeBlanc, or LeBlanc is a pen, that's her thing. But really, Mont Blanc is the pen. LeBlanc is something similar, though. Okay, so... Okay, so then there was someone pointed out about brother supposed LeBlanc. It could be that LeBlanc girl, but it seems unlikely, right? The LeBlanc girl hates this guy's sister, and this person was trying to give the sister evidence about who killed the previous her co-worker. So let's open that evidence and see either Neptune was really trying to help, or then in which case she's not going to be the expelled student, or this was all a joke meant to do something. So it seems unlikely that that Neptune was this disgruntled former student. Logan has an interesting point. that Neptune, who says she's mightier than the sword, which we think is Pen, so Pen. Logan points out that another person of interest in our case is Penelope Mudd, who is seen here. And Logan was pointing out, well, Penelope is Pen. So that is quite intriguing. But again, Pen is someone who we think should dislike our person. Why would she be trying to help our person? Let's open this note and see if they really were trying to help or hurt. So this is going to be the information that Neptune gave to the brother for the sister. And I'll note we've got some handwriting here. It's caps. And it's underlined just the HRDT part for some reason. Don't know why. But this could be useful to us. Probably not, but could be. All right, let's see. What have we got here? A very creepy photograph with nothing written on it. Okay, so it's hard to see this photograph. It's hard for me. It's going to be hard for you too. But what does it look like? It looks like we've got someone tied up. Someone watching with one hand. Missing a hand, it looks like. One hand watching, left hand gone. There's a guy in a baseball cap and glasses that looks like they're either tickling this person's foot or torturing this person's foot. Very weird. Taken through a window. That's very strange. Person tied up. Looks like they're being tickled, but maybe they're being tortured. I don't know. Weird. One-handed person. That's weird too. Boy, that's weird. This is not going to help her much. I don't see how. Unless we're going to discover that that one of these people can be identified as the person who was killed. Weird. All right, well, we'll just remember that we got this from that envelope since it's just the one item. Weird, huh? There's no text written in the envelope. Yes, there's nothing written in the envelope or on the envelope in any way. Very mysterious. All right. So what do we have left to do here? We've got newspapers and websites. All right, let's go read our newspaper articles that seem clearly related to our case. Maybe we'll skim through the rest of them. Rare jellyfish to get legal protection. By staff writer Leslie Cloud. And here is the jellyfish. Pretty cool looking jellyfish. The tiger striped jellyfish, it says down here. Tiger striped jellyfish. When Chancery and Drucker, the developers behind Panorama Tower, planned their 20-story apartment building, they thought they had picked the perfect spot to build on. Beachfront vistas that looked out upon sun-kissed beaches and pristine blue oceans. What they didn't take into account was the fact that migratory jellyfish would make the scenic beachfront their new home when they came inshore to reproduce. While the jellyfish used to come inshore further south, their usual migratory destinations have been altered due to climate change altering ocean temperatures. To keep the beaches clean for their residents, Chancery and Drucker took measures to remove the jellyfish from the beach. In response, wildlife conservationists petitioned the government to make the beach a sanctuary as the jellyfish in question are endangered. Tiger-striped jellyfish are the endangered tiger-striped jellyfish. Yesterday, city planners gave the go-ahead to protect the jellyfish on Sonova Beach, making it illegal to disturb or remove them when they migrate there. One of the leading conservationists behind the push to protect the tiger-striped jellyfish, marine zoologist Trudy Earhart, said, "I'm pleased with this decision. Multiple wildlife organizations around the world have made it clear how precarious the tiger-striped jellyfish situation is. So I'm glad to see the government step in to make sure humanity can't endanger them further." Thomas Drucker, CEO of Chancery & Drucker, said in a statement, "This is quite frankly ridiculous. The vast majority of everyday Australians want to enjoy the beach without worrying about their health or even their lives, but they can't do so because of these out-of-touch elites who are frankly in a tiny minority of people who actually like the jellyfish. Put the needs of a bunch of brainless blobs before their fellow countrymen. Well, let's see how thankful the jellyfish are to these jellyheads. They can't come crying to me when they get stung, and I very much hope they do." Meanwhile, Miss Earhart responded by saying, "Mr. Drucker's position is emblematic of the thoughts of all the greedy fat cats out there, that they have the right to bulldoze the environment if it's in the way of their business, and it's an outrage if anyone has the gall to stand up to them. Well, the tiger-striped jellies are a key part of the ecosystem and are crucial to ocean health, so it is integral that we do everything we can to prevent them from dying out. Also, they call us out of touch. How much are C&D's luxury apartments going for? How many common everyday Australians will be living there? I suspect it'll be mostly filled with the mega rich and with Hollywood billionaires who spend less time in Australia than the jellyfish. It is expected the jellies will stay for about 4 weeks and return at a similar time next year. The Brisbane Chronicler would like to remind its readers not to touch the jellyfish, even if they are dead." Okay, pretty cool. Jellyfish are terrifying to me. That's the reason I don't like to go in the ocean. They are terrifying. Okay, I know logically they shouldn't be terrifying, but they are to me. Okay, we have a bus driver strike. Doesn't look like there's anything all that relevant. Bus driver Rachel Adams at the wheel. Attempted break-in at Brisbane Aquarium. Let's read this. Mark Lewis says, "Police were called to the Brisbane Aquarium yesterday after security guards reported signs of a break-in shortly after 1 a.m. This would have been January 30th. Guard Terry Pell heard sounds in the east wing of the aquarium and went to investigate. Police detectives at the scene believe the burglars panicked and fled before they had a chance to steal anything. Aquarium manager Sarah Wright said, "It's a huge relief that all of our creatures are safe and sound and nothing was stolen. Our thanks go out to Terry for protecting the aquarium and all the animals who live within it. Police are working towards figuring out what in particular the burglars were after, if anything. The tank the burglars are believed to have concentrated on is home to the aquarium's squirrelfish population." When asked how the burglars had been able to get into the aquarium without the alarms going off, police said that the burglars appeared to have known the passcode to enter the aquarium staff entrance, although how the burglars had come to know what the code is unknown. Miss Wright said that we are working with the police to strengthen our security so the events of last night are never repeated. And then, as someone pointed out in the chat, remember that our Neptune informer was wearing a staff shirt with a logo. It's looking to me like she may be an environmentally conscious person who works at the Brisbane Aquarium. Let's find his comment about that again. A logo with coral and bubbles on it with the word staff. So there is our coral and bubbles. So that's what we're gaining from here. Okay, so Neptune works at the Brisbane Aquarium is our theory, right? I think that's very logical. And then you might expect that this thief, this robber, had to do with maybe some environmentalist thing, like setting free animals that are being mistreated or something, or I don't know. It could be that our Neptune was involved in leaking the passcode, or it could just be a coincidence, and the only thing that's important here for us is this logo. All right, let's see what else we got here. New presenter to start at Radio KIX. Brisbane's most popular local radio station, KIX, announced yesterday that it has hired comedian Lisa Barbara to host a new show from 6 to 10, beginning on the 20th of April. So scheduled to begin the day after our murder. The slot had been left vacant after it was decided to move the Two Johns evening show to the same time on Mondays and Fridays. This might be, if someone ever gives us an alibi about this radio show, then this could be relevant. It is interesting that this is scheduled to happen the day after the murder. We're saying goodbye to our friend Matt Norfolk. A new lineup. Talking about her new job, Lisa Barbara said that the last time I hosted a news show, radio show, was at the UOB Student Union back when I was an undergrad 10 years ago. So she might have been a student where our professor worked 10 years ago. Whether that's relevant. I'm grateful for having this opportunity. It's been an honor to work with Matt. Welcome, Lisa. Doesn't say anything about what she cares about. There's the back of her head. I guess if we've got a bunch of people with different hair colors, right? We've got a blonde bus driver, a blonde person here, and then there was the brunette at the lab. So maybe if we get a physical description of Neptune, it will help us. Right now, we only know that she's a girl. We should write down the names of people. Normally we do. It's not a bad idea. So let's see. The staff writer was Leslie Cloud. Here we've got Mr. Drucker. And then at the aquarium, there's a guard, Terry Pell. We were told about some manager. Aquarium manager, Sarah Wright. Okay, good. I'm not going to write them down for now. I'm just going to circle them in these papers. Maybe we'll write them down. Sorry for not showing you. Okay, so I think maybe what we'll do is we'll note them in the paper, and maybe we'll make out a list of them during a break or when we have a reason to. Sarah Wright, I guess you could write instead of a pen. Jonathan Warner says, seems like a lot of potential pen references to throw us off. Yes, I think that's right. Okay, let's look at this newspaper. Controversial cartoonist found dead. Leslie Cloud again. E.K. Pegg, one of the leading artists of the Brisbane underground art scene, was found dead in his home Found dead at the scene. He died instantly. We have no leads as to the assailant or asking anyone who might have information about his murder. Pegg, full name Edwin Kyle Pegg. Immigrated to study design at the University of Brisbane. Dropped out after a year. Wrote a strip called The Parallelogram. Popular among the art scene. Frequent depiction of controversial subject matter. It was hated as much as it was loved. To say E. Pegg was a piece of shit would be an insult to shit. At least shit used to be something useful. Oh, I see. It doesn't like the coloring. Okay. Anyway, people are upset at him, but does it say how he... Mr. Pegg also performed as part of the band. This acronym doesn't stand for anything. Until leaving the band after disagreements with fellow band members. Pegg's fellow cartoonists have taken to social media to pay their respects. Sam Polk. Sorry to hear of his death. Parallelogram was a huge influence on me. Pegg's friends have said they will hold a memorial for his 40th birthday. Well, nothing about that seemed relevant for us, really. He's in a band. Okay, Botanical Gardens. No website, so nothing for us to visit here. It doesn't seem to be useful for us. What about tourist died from venom overdose? Is this going to be jellyfish? Been confirmed that an Australian man died in the Philippines yesterday. He died from an overdose of a drug colloquially known as Snapshot. Paul Atkinson was on holidays. They took the drug made from the venom of a snapshot fish. Snapback fish. They took a drug made from a snapback fish. Venom of the snapback fish has recently become a popular recreational drug due to the venom's psychedelic properties, making the venom an alternative to drugs such as LSD and magic mushrooms. Fish's habitat includes regions of the Pacific Ocean. It's unknown whether the group acquired the drug in the Philippines or in Australia, as the fish have been known to swim in the waters of both countries. So someone could be mad at her for revenge of this somehow. Got a couple of people in it. Actually, we've got their Paul Atkinson on holiday with friends, is all we're told. Okay, the Brisbane Daily Record contacted Ute Pen, aquarist at the Brisbane Aquarium. Okay, we've got a new, this is now a name that looks better to us. This looks like our person, possibly. Ute Pen, because look at this. Neptune. Look at the letters that make up Neptune. P-E-N-E-N-U-T. So if you rearrange them, you get U-T-E-P-E-N-N. There is his name right there. Just rearranging the letters in Neptune gets us Ute Pen, which is this guy's exact name. I think we've got our guy. He works at the Brisbane Aquarium, and that's his name. Okay, let's see what kind of person he is. Okay, let's see, what kind of person is this? We contacted him for more information on the snapback. He says the snapback fish, a species in the squirrelfish family. This is the squirrelfish. This is where people were breaking in, so that's why they were breaking in to the to the place to get the drug of the snapfish. So remember, here in this article, people were breaking in near the squirrelfish tank, didn't seem to have stolen anything. And now we're told, hey, guess what? The snapback fish is a squirrelfish, and that's used for drugs. Okay, he says the squirrelfish family, the snapback, produced their venom in preopercle spines near the gills, a defense mechanism against potential predators. The venom contains a variant of dimethyltryptamine, which is the substance that causes the psychedelic effects. That might be DMT. However, the venom can cause shock and, if the dose is considerably large, cardiac arrest. An agent from the Australian Narcotics Board said, "We're doing everything we can to stop the illegal trade of these fish. We're working with law enforcement agencies around the globe, cracking down on snapback smuggling." Snapback fish have been known to kill swimmers and divers unaware of the fish's dangerousness. Earlier this month, University of Brisbane lecturer Dave Herman died after being stung by a snapback. This is going to be her colleague, right? This is going to be our colleague that died. Earlier this month. When did the colleague die? We don't, are we told? Or is it just in the introduction, not in our documents that we have yet? Okay, so pieces are starting to fill into place. Oot was with the brother at the time of the murder, it looks like. Yes, good point. Contacted Oot Penn for more information. All right, so we didn't get a confirmation here that this person is female, right? But their gender has not been explained. Okay. So someone at the aquarium is probably letting people in to harvest the drugs from these fish. Whether that's also Oot Penn or not, we don't know. But it would make sense that this person might know information about the colleague that was killed after being stung by a snapback. So, like, it makes sense that the Neptune would have information about how this guy died. But why is this relevant to that? Are they underground in the aquarium? Weird. All right. We don't know if there are two people working in that aquarium up to no good. We know Oot Penn is probably Neptune. Stacy says Oot is a female name. But we don't know if this is the same person involved in the break-in at the Brisbane Aquarium. John says, I wonder if the person in the creepy photo was having their foot treated from a jellyfish sting. That's an interesting idea. But they've clearly been kidnapped. So would you... Oh, maybe they're killing this person with this jellyfish. Ah, that's what it is, Jonathan. They're not having their foot treated. They're not having their foot treated. They're being poisoned. That's what it is. They're being killed. And someone's going to make it look like they were poisoned. They got stung. That's it. Jonathan was saying maybe this picture is someone getting treated, but it's not that. It's that they've kidnapped him and they are now stinging him with the venom that's going to kill him. And then they're going to take all this off him and dump him in the water, and it's going to look like he died of a natural sting. That's it. We've got it. Anna agrees. Okay, so Jonathan had the key insight that this was related to foot being treated from sting, and then I solved a little twist on that, and Anna agrees. So I think I beat Anna this time to the conclusion, although Anna's usually very quick with these things. The brother's not involved. Yes. No, the brother's not involved. He didn't know these people. He was just asked by the sister to meet this informant. We still don't know if the informant is really a good person or a bad person. But no, we do now. Now, the fact that she did give us this very real piece of evidence to show us that the doctor was murdered, we know Neptune is a good person who really was trying to help Trudy exactly as she said. She said she had information that that her colleague didn't die accidentally, and she's now provided it. Okay, I believe that means that we're ready to solve it. But Robert says, Jesse, there's another article from the second newspaper that we missed that could be important. Let's see. Controversial cartoonist found dead. Oh, this one. Campaigners protest alternative clinic. Yes, good. Thank you. Almost missed this. All right. Let's see what we've got here. Campaigners protest alternative clinic. More jellyfish. The caption of this says, jellyfish are being used for alternative medical cures. Wildlife experts are calling on the state government to do more to crack down on attempts to use jellyfish as an alternative medical cure. This is related to our Penelope lab shutdown. According to them, various clinics are promoting using jellyfish stings to treat high blood pressure and reduce the risk of strokes and heart attacks. Gertrude Earhart, senior lecturer in marine biology at the University of Brisbane, said it's remarkable these quacks can continue to peddle their pseudoscience nonsense unchecked. While it is true scientists are looking into possible health benefits of anticoagulants found in venom, it's a lot more complicated than these frauds make out, so the longer they're allowed to continue, the more people will die. Jellyfish sting won't make you immune to strokes. It's essential the government do something quickly in order to prevent a tragedy occurring. Meanwhile, Penelope Q. Mudds of the Brisbane All Natural Remedy Clinic says, claims that our medical procedures are nothing more than pseudoscience are lies by this group of elites who think they know best for everyone. They dislike the idea that someone outside the mainstream dare challenge their hallowed narrative. They want checks that what we do is genuine. They want checks that what we do is genuine. All they need to do is come down and see for themselves that we're offering real help for people who need it most. Not that they ever will. This bunch wouldn't be able to cope with seeing the true science right in front of their faces. It's pathetic. Besides, when's the last time they ever put their quote-unquote knowledge to good use? They're writing books to clog up libraries while we're actually putting the science to good use to actually help people. And they have the nerve to make us look like the bad guys. As I said, pathetic. Utterly, utterly pathetic. All right, so I think Penelope Mudds is a red herring. She's a quack, but quacks don't murder people with silencers in revenge. So there was that story in March, and then we know the follow-up, right? The follow-up was that 2 weeks later in April, the legislation did pass. And there's Penelope, not wanting to show her face, but she was closed down. All right, so we haven't even been to any of the websites yet, but it feels like we're ready to answer that question. In the chat, Logan says, what was the name of the friend doctor who was stung and drowned? Okay, well, what was a little bit weird to us is we seem to have heard about the friend doctor in the intro back of the envelope summary of the case, not within the case itself. So that's a little confusing. But if our theories are right, he is mentioned in the newspaper. Dave Herman, Dr. Dave Herman. So maybe I will make a little... So here he is, Dr. Dave Herman. So maybe what we'll do is... Let me zoom in here to get this for you. Maybe what we'll do is we'll just make a card for Dave Herman. Dave Herman, we think, is the BSU murdered with venom photo. This is our theory. He died after being stung by a snapback earlier this month. So earlier in March. So if we ever get, we'd like to get some confirmation that he is the colleague of that Trudy was interested in. And maybe we should look at the note again by the brother, because he was sent to investigate this. So let's see. Sister organized a meeting with this person. She had to stay at the university to catch up on marking, so she's sending you. I'm guessing this meeting is something to do with her dead friend who drowned that she keeps insisting was murdered. So we think this is going to be Dave. Well, it says drowned here, though. But the newspaper article says he was stung. But I think that's going to turn out to be the same thing. Like he was stung and then paralyzed and drowned. So I think this is going to be Dave Herman. But we'll put a question mark because we're not sure. Right? But this is the thing that we think we understand. Dave Herman is her colleague, stung and drowned in the newspaper. She thinks there was something nefarious, and her informant at the aquarium is now giving us this photo to prove that, yes, he was indeed murdered. It's going to turn out that Dave Herman was stung on his left foot, etc. And we might be looking for a one-armed man. Could be an illusion. Presumably, if this person works at the aquarium, all of this might be happening at the basement of the aquarium. And this guy might be murdered because he's happened on their drug dealing stuff. So I think we're getting a picture of what's going on here. We still haven't gone to any of the websites, but I believe we probably could answer our questions right now. I mean, we won't jump to that conclusion yet, but if the questions we're tasked with were find his, I guess we know where he was, but we can't prove it yet, right? We know he was meeting with Neptune, but we need his GPS coordinates to prove it. But we have figured out who Neptune is. All right, well, let's try to visit those websites and use his GPS to prove it. Okay, so let's make a little card here. Let's make another card for our person, Another important person in our story is Oot Pen, who we think is Neptune. And we think it's a worker at the aquarium. This is our working theory about Dave Herman and Oot Pen. And then I wanted to make a card for websites. Okay, so what websites do we know about? It's the GPS one, right? That's the one that has the records, and we're told what that is. And that's gpswiz.com, based on his note to his lawyer. gpswiz.com. And what was the other one? The other one was this one, additional evidence that the previous detective worked on. www.brisbanecpf.com. That was the police website. So those are the only two police websites we know of that we think, but maybe we'll just make a note of a possible third one. We might be able to find social media on Trixie Blanc. I hope not. I hope that's not. But if she is our potential suspect, we might be able to find her alibied if we got onto this website. If this is Twitter, we could search for @Trixie Blanc and see if we could come up with her. Okay, so the three websites are where we're going to go next. Let us start with, logically, it makes sense that we would start at our police login first to get any generic extra information before we start chasing down anything else. All right. Anything else in the chat before I proceed? All right. Let's see if we can do this in a nice, convenient way. All right. This is our new system here. Let's see how well we can get this to work. Is this on? Okay. So here's our online notes, which we could, if we wanted to, we could keep notes here. Pen. Oops. And then Dave Herman. All right, let's just leave these. We'll fill these out later if we want to. We don't need to do this now. Where we want to go now is the website. Okay, so we're going to start at the police one. BrisbaneCPF.com. Okay, Brisbane City Police Force, email and password. Okay, so we're told from our form here, see how well we can get all this to work. Okay. Airs at so this is the previous police officer's login. Found in your webmail. Is this us? Are we heirs? To Detective Inspector P.L. Ayers. That's us. So we are heirs at BrisbaneCPF.com. Okay, and it didn't go in. Why not? Because I'm not on. I'm in the web page. All right. Okay, heirs at BrisbaneCPF.com, and then we're given the password. Heirs 58 BCP. Sign in. Okay, so here we go. Save the password? Sure. Okay, Brisbane City Police webmail. So we've got a virtual webmail system here. This is how I think it should be done in these games. You shouldn't use real email. Have a fake virtual portal here. All right, what have we got? Brisbane University security after hours records on 25 of April, so 6 days after the murder. BCPF intel, 6 days after the murder. Security from Paul Lovell, keycard log. Sally is checking some gun registration. Remember, these are all documents that we have gotten back from our detective work. University security report, admin team, events, fraud prevention. Interesting. All right, March, April, May. The oldest ones are sorted at the top. I guess we'll go through them in that order. So let's read the first email from Brisbane University Security. As requested, please find the entry records for everyone who visited the university buildings after hours, says Keith from security. As I'm sure you're aware, our colleagues found a scratched access card on the floor during their investigations. Unfortunately, it was in such bad state that the barcode wasn't readable by the scanning system, so I was unable to confirm who it belonged to. They took it as evidence anyway. I should have told the investigators that students are still able to gain access by manually typing their student number into the access keypads. Also, they can just press the door release button to exit. No need to scan themselves out. Ellen says, might just want to download and take screenshots and print them out so we can mark them up. Yes, I agree completely. I wish I had a slightly better way to do that. I can take screenshots on the tablet, and I can do, but to do printouts, let's see. Let's just experiment. This is a little bit of practice here. I think you print out by saying share with the printer. Let's try this. It doesn't know the printer. That's a shame. Let me turn this off for you while I see if this is super fast. That's unfortunate. Okay, let's try something different. Let's go back. Let's download it as PDF. And then it's a shame that how far are we on 47? I might just take a break and get this printed out. Print. I'm downloading these as PDFs that we could open, but we'll have to decide. Maybe during break I'll try to print these out for us, but let's just look at them for now. So the first thing to note is this point here. What they're saying is they found a key card that someone probably tried to scan, couldn't get it to work, they just threw it away. And then it's reminding us that that person could have gotten in by manually typing their code. So it may be that the key card we find didn't actually prevent someone from getting in. Maybe it'll be a clue to us in some fashion. And then it's pointing out that we only have check-in times. After hours checking in. We have no times when people checked out. The system doesn't record when you leave, just when you check yourself in. All right, now let's look at the log. Wow, a nice detailed heavy-duty log. We'll definitely want to print this out. Is it 2 pages long or just the one? Okay, here we go. So let's just get a grasp of what we're looking at. This is on the night of the murder. We know she was killed between 7 and 8 p.m. according to coroner. We don't know checkout times though. So I guess what we can say for sure is that anyone coming in after 8 p.m. is not our candidate. I mean, or at least they would have had to get in earlier. So anything on this page beyond this time of 8 p.m., 2808, those are not likely killers, at least not if they don't have some other time. 1955, 1954, those probably don't give you enough time either. So anything from halfway down on the second column on is probably unlikely. And then, or is that the next day? I guess this is late night. So here's midnight of the 19th, when it's just turned to the 19th. Is that how we read it? Okay, so this is the night, the morning of the 19th at midnight. So down at the bottom here in this first column, this is someone checking in at 6 a.m., 5:45 a.m. on the morning of the 19th. They would have had to wait for her all after midnight, all day for 12 hours to kill her. It seems unlikely, but possible. So everything from 1801 on is our possible killer, right? This is someone coming in at 6 p.m., killing her at 7 p.m. So from 1801 all the way up to 1942 are our potential killers, possibly. If they have a code to get in. Could have been someone came in without a key code, but these are our key codes. All right, let's go back. All right, next up, BCPF Intel. Dear Detective P.L. Ayers. Oh, I see, players. P.L. Ayers. I'm not a big fan of using such punny stuff here. I sent this to Detective Wolf last week, but as the case is with you now, I thought you should have it. I had the vague feeling I had heard the name Trudy Earhart before, so I looked through the archives and this came up. About 15 years ago, Veronica Johnson and Pauline Flint were on trial for murder. Flint had killed someone, and Johnson helped her dump the body in the ocean in the dead of night. Could they have gotten away with it? Well, there was no evidence to point it back to them, except that somebody had seen them push the body overboard. Trudy and Dave Herman. There's our confirmation that Dave Herman is her friend, both marine biologists at the University of Brisbane. Oh, that's the people that saw them, the witnesses. They said they were doing research on the nocturnal patterns of some weird fish. They had kept their boat's lights off as to not disturb the fish, but they had infrared night vision goggles so they could work in the dark. So when they saw someone who appeared to be pushing a body overboard, being model citizens, they made sure to tell the police. Later, when the case went to trial, they were called to testify. In the end, the jury decided Flint and Johnson were guilty. The judge gave Pauline 15 years and Johnson got slightly less. See attached. Okay, so we're told that Trudy Earhart and her colleague Dave Herman were witnesses to a murder, testified against the culprits. So this would be a reason why Trudy and Dave would be killed, possibly as revenge for turning these people in. Almost 15 years ago, Veronica Johnson and Pauline Flint. So they got 15 years, so they may have just gotten out of jail. Let's see. Case opened 1st November 2003, closed 2014. Pauline Joy Flint, Veronica Emily Johnson, 2 women. Charges murder and accomplice to murder. They got 15 years and 13 years in Brisbane Women's Correctional Center. Case was opened after Gertrude Trudy Earhart and Dave Herman, marine biologists at the University of Brisbane, came to police claiming to have seen 2 people dump a body. They were looking at the breeding habits in the dark. Police were able to retrieve the body, later identified as fisherman Jerry Rogers, by Rogers' sister Debbie. Came to the conclusion that the murderer was Rogers' girlfriend, Pauline Flint, charged her with the murder. Flint's friend Veronica was charged with accomplice and conspiracy to murder. Both pleaded not guilty. They were tried by Justice Deborah Lee. Earnhardt and Herman testified. They were found guilty, and they probably just got out of jail. One of them would have gotten out earlier. One of them would have gotten out at least 3 years, 2 years earlier. 13 years. Arthur Fish. So one of them, the main culprit, just would have gotten out recently. The other one would have gotten out a couple years earlier. Interesting. Okay. Can we open this in a new tab so we save it? Yeah. Okay, let's go back now. All right, so suspects, possible suspects. All right, let's look at the key card log. I wonder if we're going to get a look at that bad key card. As requested, please see the attached security log for the time you requested. I'm rubbish with computers and was only able to extract the employee numbers, not their names. I don't have the right clearance level. Anyway, the employee numbers include the employee's unique payroll number followed by their date of birth. Day, month, year. Not sure if this helps. Look at the... Oh, we've asked for security for Chancery and Drucker. That's the building that Earhart was stopped them from getting rid of the jellyfish. So this isn't university security. This is security at the Sky Point building, where they were protesting against the jellyfish. I wonder if it's because one of these people turned up dead there. Like, what makes them want to check this? We haven't heard anything happening in this building, have we? But maybe we're going to. So Paul Lovell, security, staff entry. So these aren't Brisbane University students. This is a totally different building that we have no reason to suspect anything yet, but I'm guessing we are. So between 6 and 9 p.m. on the 19th. So on the night of this murder, why did this person request these is my question. Like, why do we suspect something happening at the Drucker Sky Point building? We know they might have reason to dislike Earhart, but we don't know why we care about this building yet. All right, all we've got is employee numbers. We have no way to look them up, but he's saying, this person is saying what? With the employee number, the employee number includes the date of birth. So if we look at an employee number, we can tell their date of birth. So this first employee was born in 69, next one born in 89, 59. So if we know someone's date of birth, we might be able to figure out when they exited and entered. So this could provide someone an alibi because it's tracking their entries and exits. So if we had someone, for example, that we could find came in at 6 p.m. and didn't leave until 10 p.m., till 11, whatever, then we would say, okay, that person's alibied. We can see they checked in at a certain time and they didn't check out till a certain time. So this could give someone a good alibi. Our brother doesn't work there for any reason, does he? We don't know where the brother works, right? So we don't know who's being alibied with this information, but this could give someone a good alibi. I'm just opening a new tab so we can come back to it. Any thoughts in the channel of something I might be missing? And it says, could be an alibi for a suspect if he's at the building. Yes. Everyone's agreeing. It's just going to be a way to alibi someone who works at Chancery and Drucker. Because it's got the entry and exit. Okay, I like it. What do we got next? I think it's probably... All right, well, let's keep looking at these, then we'll take a break, and I'll see if I can print some of these off for us. Let's look at this gun registration information Sally has got us. Having familiarized ourselves with all of the news articles relating to Miss Earhart, it's clear that her involvement in the protection of jellyfish may have upset some heavy hitters. In particular, I referenced the scoop from the Brisbane Chronicler on 31st January. We've done some digging, and it transpires that a handgun was recently registered by Mr. Thomas Bartholomew Drucker. We're having the registration paperwork sent over to us shortly. Okay, so Bartholomew Drucker of Chancery and Drucker recently bought a gun. We may be able to alibi him by finding that he checked in and didn't leave till late at night. That's fine. What's next? University Security Report. Here at the university, we have to make written logs every time we see something suspect. Here's a report you might find useful. Of course, the public aren't banned from campus grounds. Gates are open from 6 to 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. I guess, or 6 a.m. to 6 a.m. I guess it would say 24 hours if it meant 24 hours. Okay, but you have to sign in with security first. It's 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's open to the public. That's why those logs ended at 5:45 a.m. or something like that. Okay. You have to sign in with security first. After that, you need to use your ID card. You also need an ID card to enter any of the buildings. Something about their demeanor seemed a little bit suspicious. Okay, security is saying normally to get in, you still have to, even though they're open to the public, you have to sign in. You need to use your ID card. I don't quite understand this. The public aren't banned, but you have to sign in and you need your ID card. You need an ID card to enter any of the buildings. I see. Maybe it's saying the public can come in with any ID card. Doesn't have to be a student ID card. Doesn't have to be a school ID card. Let's see. Now they're telling us about a suspicious report. On the 14th of March, so over a month before our murder, spotted a pair of women near the Mackenzie building, middle-aged, late 40s. This could be our two murderers that they testified against. Only distinctive features. One brunette was wearing lots of colorful bracelets. The other, blonde, had a spider's web tattoo on her arm. That could be a prison tattoo. Hadn't seen them before, and I got the impression they were members of the public. They seemed to be inspecting the building, taking photos on their phones. I noticed they seemed to be very interested in our security cameras in particular. When I approached them, they said they were merely admiring the architecture, the finest example of Victorian-era architecture in the city, they said, or something like that. Asked to see some ID. They initially refused, but after reminding them they were on private property, they eventually complied. Veronica Johnson and Pauline Flint. I told them that campus gates shut to the public at 6. They said they knew, and I walked on. Okay, so there's Pauline, and what's her name? Okay, so these are our murderers, past murderers. Pauline, and what's the other one's name? Veronica. Okay, so we know that they were casing Earhart's offices or the university on March 14th, for what it's worth. It doesn't, the jailbirds, that's a good description of them, the jailbirds. Well, they're not. They haven't escaped from jail, so I don't know if you call them jailbirds, but yeah, they used to be. They're not. They're red herrings, right? We think, but no, Maybe not. Okay, but that was nice. I got them. All right. And they're told they can't be on campus after 6 p.m. All right, let's see what's next. To whom it may concern, this is from the Marine Biology Department. In case it is of interest, we will send you a copy of the students enrolled in Trudy's behavioral ecology class. It will be with you in a few days. Okay, so it's not ready yet. All right, here's some events. Hello, Jimmy here from the Toad and Tambourine events team. We had someone from your department call us earlier today looking to get hold of me, but I was out of the office at the time. They passed on your message along with your email address, and so in response to that, I can tell you that all acts went ahead as planned on the night of the 19th April 2019, present with all supporting artists. The only last-minute change was Ben Carter, who filled in for Jack the Buke. Please do get in touch if any further details. This relates to our Beatrix girl who was kicked out of her doctoral program because, remember, here is that. It's a little dark, isn't it? Let's see if I can bump up the brightness a tiny bit. Okay, so she was thanks to Ben Carter for filling in. This feels like this might be a typo. It feels to me like this is probably meant to be 19th of April, don't you think? Because he's saying Ben Carter filled in for Jack the Buke, which is exactly what it says here, is what it's talking about here. And that's why it would make total sense that we would care about this day's entries. I think this is a typo. I think this is meant to say 19th of April, 19th of April. And here's her alibi. That's my guess. We can worry about that later, but I'm guessing that's a typo. It's unfortunate because it is quite significant to the case. So far, we haven't seen any typos, though, so don't know, but I feel like that's probably a pretty clear typo. All right, let's go back. Last one here is fraud prevention. We've received a letter from your department requesting confirmation on a specific transaction made by one of our customers. I can confirm the transaction at the toll road, authorization code from account number ending 9478 was made by an account in the name of P. Muds. Okay, well, we know who P. Muds is. That's our jellyfish huckster, Penelope Muds. So apparently we're concerned about Penelope having some money transfer. We don't have access to that, nor do we know why we've requested that. It's a little weird because it feels like we're getting information before we know why we would ask for it. But specific transaction, it says that we've asked about a specific transaction, but we don't know what transaction that is. We don't know why we've asked for it. But I guess, you know, our previous detective asked for it. So it's okay that we don't know why he asked for it. Someone asked in the chat, who is Ben Carter? Ben Carter is just important to us because it's to coordinate this with that. It's just telling us Ben Carter filled in for this bandmate. It's just to help us realize that article on that letter was referring to this event And once we know that that's true, then we know that Trixie has an alibi. She was playing drums for the full hour. Nice to have a timestamp here, too. Okay, and then toll road alibi. I can confirm the transaction at the toll road. Oh, good catch. It's not, that's a good catch. So we know she was at a toll road on what? We aren't told here when that transaction was made. But if we do get information about that toll road and when this transaction happened and where, that could give someone an alibi. Okay, good. So this is an alibi for Penelope Mudds. If we can figure out, if we can confirm that it was at a toll road far away. If it was at a toll road nearby on the night of the murder, it would implicate her. So, yeah. So as far as Penelope Mudd goes, we do not have an alibi for her or incriminating data for her yet, until we find out more about that transaction. All right, that looks like we've been through all 8 of our emails. It's time to take a break. We're going to take a break for 8 minutes. It could go a little bit longer if I have trouble printing this out, but expect at least 8-minute break. Could be up to 10 or so. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I've got the printer stuff working. Mostly, it's clear I need to do a little bit of work on the printer to make the printer sizes proper. But I do have printouts for us for our, when we need them, our check-in times at the university, after hours access, and our Drucker company logs, which we'll have to zoom in on because I had a little bit of trouble with it printing out properly. But at least I have the system down. It's good to see that all the technology is working. I printed out some of the other messages, not all of them, but enough to know how it works. All right, so we've been to the police website, got all our information there. It looks like there are some ways to eliminate some alibis, and the most important thing looks like this check-in to the after-hours access at Brisbane University, where our Dr. Earhart worked. But public could have gotten in or out, but suspicious characters will get carded. The chat says there's a little bit of talk about why the sister wrote the brother's name on a piece of paper. That's a very good question. We're going to have to come up with a theory for that eventually. Jonathan thinks she was probably writing a note to her brother, or maybe she was trying to tell the police who to contact to figure out. Don't know. Logan says, why did Oot not give this photo evidence, this photo we found here, to the police directly? That's a good question. Maybe they just were afraid to get involved with the law. Who knows? Logan also says, let's remember that the two jailbirds wouldn't be able to get into the building unless they had someone else's help letting them in. That's a good point. Robert says, Jesse, I have an idea. Can you request a copy of the text message from the company as a missing piece? See if the copy you get back has the 19th of April, then you will know for sure it's a typo. That's a great idea, Robert. On the next break, I'll see if I can do that. That's a good idea. Remind me if I forget. And it says, it looked like the pen was a clue earlier, so there were more than one candidate, so that's why I thought the note was a clue too. Interesting. Okay. Let's get his GPS records, and then I think we're ready to proceed off of to part 2. I'm just going to make a note in our university logs. Remember, this is only check-in time. So anything I think after here we think is probably irrelevant for us. Probably. And then the records stop at 6 a.m. because then the university is publicly open from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So there's no records for that. So someone could have, even university employees or students, if they came in before 6 p.m., they wouldn't have used their card to get in. But these are probably the people we care about coming in after hours that might have killed her. And we don't know specifically about ID cards here, but if they are anything like the ID cards in the Drucker company, the last 2 digits could be their date of birth. We don't know. And I don't think we know anyone's ID card number, do we? We don't know Earhart's number. I don't think we do, but let's keep an eye open for it. Anyone at the university that we could get their ID number, it would be useful. We might, though, we might be overlooking that there's a piece of evidence that gives us their school employee number. In fact, we might even check online again. Dr. John Harding, we didn't get his ID number, right? Did anyone in our reports give us any information about someone's ID number? I just want to make sure that we don't have the ID number of anyone else at the university that we could track their entry. I don't think so. If you think we saw anyone's ID number, including Dr. Earhart, let me know. So far, I don't think we do. Okay, so the next thing then would just be our GPS website. We don't have Beatrice's information. Okay. All right, let's see if there's anything else from the chat before we find the GPS. Guard at the university had to let in the detectives and also had to find the body. That should be on the log. Sounds like future. Yeah. That could be those 10 p.m. But arrived on the scene at 10:40. Jonathan Agnew, a security guard, found the body at 22:15. Okay, so we actually have two times. We've got 22:40 when the police hit the scene, and 22:15 when Jonathan Agnew, the security guard, found the body. So the bodies were found at 10:15 p.m. and the coroner tells us they were killed somewhere between 7 and 8 p.m. Probably with a silencer because no one heard anything. All right, let's find our last. Let's go to our last website, which was the GPS Whiz, and let's see if we can figure out what his password is. So here's his note to the lawyer that they copied. And he says, I was wearing a GPS because we know he was paranoid about this meeting. And he says, my username, and I've already given you the password. We found the lines he underlined are probably telling us the password. There's another one I missed. I'll look for any other words that he underlined that I didn't circle. So T N N W F A B B T N N W. That's assuming it is the first letter of each of these, but it could be the full thing. We don't know. We're going to give it a try, though. Let's go to the website. Okay, so he says it's gpswiz.com. Okay. His username, he says, is Ben ERHARDT. Okay, so membership number. Interesting. He says, I already gave you the password. This says the password is their membership number. Okay, so another possibility is it's the number of letters in each word. So if that was the case, it would be 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This would be either a 9, probably a 9. Don't count the dash. That would be a 3. F, R, E, E. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't like that. I don't like that it's above 9. This is 6. This could also be a 10 here if you count that hyphen. All right, I guess we should try some of this. Let's try putting in this number of letters in each. So 2, 7, 9, 3, 7, 3, 10. I don't like that. Are some of these double underlined and some of them single underlined? No, they're all the same. And then 6. Okay, let's see if it's this. If it's not, we'll try slightly different. Don't think it like, let's see. Doesn't like that. Okay. Let's try if that was a dash in that news event line. Though I don't like the idea that it would be a 10. So 2, 7, 10, 3, 7, 3, 10, 6. No. Okay, what am I doing wrong here? Obviously, this is the right idea. Let's see what the chat channel says. Could be a 10 if you needed a 0, 8. So you're thinking 2, let's see. 2 not, that could be a 0. News event. 1. Freedom. 3. 8. Braininess. Braininess, that would be 8. What would be braininess? B4. It is interesting that some of these not could be a 0. 2 is a TO for 2. But what would news event be then? News event. Even news 7. 7. News event is 7. 1 is 1. Freedom is 3. 8 is 8. But what is braininess? Braininess is 9? How do you get braininess is 9? Are you saying there's only 9 letters in it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, there's 2. There's 10. Why is braininess 9? 9 because there's 9s in the brain 9s. B4. Okay, I like it. So let's try this now. So what we're going to try now is we're going to say, let's see. So 2 we're going to say is a 2. The next word is naughty. We're going to say that's not for 0. Let me turn this on. Not is another term for 0, especially if you're in England. News event we're going to say is naughty is 0. News 7 we're going to say that's going to be a 7. Oh boy, potential for issues here. Okay, 1 WON is going to be 1. Freedom we are agreeing is 3, right? Freedom. We think freedom is 3. Do we all agree freedom is 3? That's a weird one. 3. No hints, please, but you can join in. Don't tell us the answer. Just help us figure it out. 8 is 8. Braininess we think is 9. Just a single 9. And then before is going to be 4, we think. Freedom is 3. All right, that's what we did. Let's try it. Sign in. That was it. Okay, good work. Good teamwork. I like it. Save it. Yes, let's save it in case we need to go back. Congratulations. All right, well done, team. Hi, Ben. Congratulations on tracking your first journey with GPS Wiz. You now have the ability to log every movement as you roam the Earth. Your privacy is important to us, so we will only track you when you press the red button on your device. Pressing the red button a second time will deactivate the tracker. Please remember, keep your account details safe and never hand out your membership number to anyone. Okay, so the red tracking is just telling us that it's only going to be a log for this scary trip he was on, nothing else. So he's got one journey tracked plus 100% up. This is like what you would find on the site. Clever, it looks right. 7 miles he went on 19th of April in Brisbane. Okay, and here is the log. So let's try to get this printed out. I'm going to take a snapshot. I say share, print. Let's try to print it on legal letter paper. Let's see if this works. This was mostly working before. I'll see if I can print out a copy of this. All right, let's look at it. Okay, so it tracks the events from 1 to 11. So from 7 p.m., which is the 7:05 to 8 p.m., he was meeting with he was on this trip to Neptune. We know that she was killed in this period. So if we can see that he didn't go to the university, which we can see he didn't, right? There's the university, that black graduation cap. So we can see he did not go into the university. That's a very solid alibi. And there's his round trip, right? He started at 1 in the lower right. And he traveled. And he met her in the parking garage, it looks like. And then came back. Or they went to eat at a cafe or something. All right, so this is his alibi is solid. Alibi is solid. And that seems like all we need to know to answer part 1. Confirm your answer. Move on to part 2. Okay, so let's do it. Let's go to our website. All right. Okay, who is Neptune? What event number is the cafe located at? Okay, so this, I guess, this is a little tiny bit of a miss, right? Because it's saying what event number is the cafe located at? This is just checking that we've got access to the log, and we can see the cafe is at 6. But I suppose anyone who's gotten this far will have ruled him out by that alibi. But it would kind of be nice if it didn't say, like, where was he at whatever. But okay. So the cafe is at event 6. So the answer to that is 6. And then Neptune, we decided was Ute Pen, right? All in agreement? But Logan says, does this info help place the toll road also? That's a really great question. Let's see. We don't see any toll roads here, actually. So it's a great question, but we don't have any information about toll roads from here. All right, here we go. Oops. Let's answer our questions and move on to part 2. John says, just to clarify, how long does it seem like he was meeting with Oot based on his GPS log? Okay, let's check that in a second. Let's read this. Good work. Marine Part 1 complete. Objective 1 complete. Well done, team. Fantastic work. Ben's GPS tracker and Oot pen both give Ben a very strong alibi. Now, we must find the person or people who are responsible for the death of Trudy Earhart. While you've been working on this case, we've managed to collect more information on the other suspects. I've supplied it to you in an envelope marked Part 2. Chief Superintendent Garrison, please open envelope Part 2 now and follow the instructions on the front and back. All right, so we're ready to move to Part 2. We're going to keep our old evidence. It might be useful. And Jonathan, before we passed on, wanted us to check if we can see how long he was meeting with Neptune. Well, we met her at the cafe, which was number 6, let's say. It looks like from 6 to 7 was 25 minutes. So he spent 25 minutes with her, or 20 minutes, and then the 5-minute travel. Right, from 7:24, and the next stop was 7:25, and then he does his turnaround. I'm not sure. Is he driving? 7, 8. Okay. All right. Here we go. Part 2. So we've ruled out Ben. And we've ruled out Neptune, which is Oot, and who we've confirmed is Oot Pen. Part 2. Check all contents. Complete the objective stated in the internal memo. We can get hints, or to confirm your answer, which looks like we're supposed to name the killer or killers. Okay, let's look at our evidence here. Coded note, coroner's report on Dave Herman. Whole bunch of interesting stuff. All right, first check for missing evidence. Let's do that. All right, let's quickly scan through our documents and look for anything missed. Put these out of the way. All right, there's our internal memo that tells us what to do. Coded note. Looks like we got a little bit of a cipher here. Coroner's report. I'm just going through the evidence to make sure we have everything. This is a coroner's report on Dave Herman, which looks like we were correct in surmising he's the other one. Fingerprints. Thomas Drucker, Pauline Flint, Beatrix LeBlanc, Veronica. So Pauline and Veronica are jailbirds. Thomas Drucker is the business owner who might have bought a gun recently, who she fought against for the jellyfish. Beatrix is the previous student. On the back, John Linsberg, we have no understanding of who he is yet. Carl Meekins, no understanding. Penelope Mudds, that's the other huckster person. So we get 2 suspects that we don't know who they are yet. Police report on Martin Price, from Martin Price. We've got a letter in an envelope from Maya to Trudy. We don't know what this is about. A sealed envelope. Not a real stamp, but looks reasonably... All hand... is it handwritten? Yes, that's handwritten double Q's. It's always... I'm always curious when I see these games. Are they using a printed font or are they using a written thing? And here we have a handwritten thing. I really do appreciate that. I think for handwriting... That is nice to see stuff. What do we see? A comment about a single hand. This one, the one does not have a hand like the photo. You're saying our autopsy here doesn't have a hand? Who doesn't have a hand? Our autopsy guy does. The one does not have a hand like the photo. Our autopsy has a hand. Here's our Dave Herman. This is exactly our theory. Oh, the fingerprints. The fingerprints don't have a hand. That's going to be our missing hand guy. Absolutely left hand. That's our guy. Okay, good catch. All right. There's our letter. It feels like we're going to solve this pretty quickly. Okay, next up, let's make sure we have everything. Letter, missing persons report. Letter in an envelope, then there should be a missing persons report. Police report, we have fingerprint, police report from Martin Price. Then there's supposed to be a letter. Then there's supposed to be a missing persons report. Oh, okay, it's just a little bit out of order. Okay, missing persons report. Then there's News Gazette from Australia. Police report Eleanor Brown. Yes. Police report Jerry, yes. What's on in the Tambourine Pub, yes. Sorry, let me give you a bigger view here. University of Brisbane student roll, yes. Letter found in Trudy's drawer, yes. Look at this. Bypass receipt, yes. Interview, yes. Hey, look, we got to look at the piece of paper she was writing. Okay, well, that tells us something. The letter, we'll get the note, we'll see that. Reporter at Gold Coast, yes. Hey, look at that. It's a full plastic ID card. A real ID card, scratched up. We can make out not the name, but we can make out his date of birth. Firearm registration, and the minute notes. Okay, so they were just misplaced at the end. So we've got the full contents. All right. These look kind of exciting. All right. So we've already spotted something huge. This has turned out to be one of the more enjoyable pieces of evidence of this game so far. Like, we got this photo, we were like, what the hell? It's so dark, what's going on here? It makes no sense. And then we figured out, Jonathan thought he was being treated by jellyfish. Then we figured out, oh, he's probably being killed by the jellyfish, the squirrelfish venom to make it look like suicide. And then I noticed he had only one hand, but that seemed bizarre. But now, and Tina noticed that we've got fingerprints from a one-handed person. Anna says exactly what I noted. The note looks like she was writing it blindly under the table. That's what I noted as well about this note. It's clear she wasn't like writing a letter that was to her brother before it was interrupted. She's clearly writing this while she's dying, or secretly while she's sitting there dying and the guy's looking on top, looking at her. So we'll get to all that. All right. I wish this was a little bit easier to read on camera. I can read it fine in person. Okay, internal memo. Here's how this game seems to work. Gives us a little memo at the start of each case, each part. Okay, to Detective Inspector P.L. Ayers. Thank you for your work in identifying Neptune Pen and providing Ben Earhart's innocence, proving Ben Earhart's innocence. The charges against him have since been dropped and he has now been released. However, the case into Trudy Earhart's murder is still ongoing, and as Detective Wolf is still off sick, we need you to continue with the case before it goes cold. I'm giving you the responsibility of working out who really killed Trudy Earhart. This guy could be poisoned by fish. Let's see. The department has been working hard obtaining more evidence. This case file has been updated with new evidence that has come to light. All suspects must be ruled out with irrefutable evidence before making any accusations. Okay, so it's telling us the rules of this game. You have to have hard reasons to rule people out, then we'll be left with one who's guilty. While we have ruled out Ben Earhart, it seems there are still many suspects, possible suspects with a motive to murder Trudy Earhart. Former student Beatrix LeBlanc, real estate tycoon Thomas Drucker of Chancery and Drucker, Penelope Mudds, proprietor of an alternative health clinic, Earhart's former partner John Linsberg, and criminals Pauline Flint and Veronica Johnson. They may be the John and Paul that Ute Penn mentioned in her interview, for which we have supplied the transcript. But we've yet to confirm that it might just as easily be that they're not, in which case John and Paul are another pair of suspects to add to the list. So it sounds like Ute is going to tell us about some John and Paul, and the game is saying, or our supervisor is saying, that could be that he's talking about Pauline and Veronica Johnson are the Paul and John, or there could be different suspects named Paul and John. Time is of the essence, so get cracking. Okay. And here we have today's date. It's May 19th, so it's been a couple weeks since the murder. P.S. If you aren't already aware, David Herman, another marine biologist at the University of Brisbane, died recently. Missing persons investigation was launched after Miss Earhart reported Mr. Herman missing, and his body was found washed up on a beach several miles south a few days later. The coroner found reason to believe he had been stung by a venomous fish while swimming. As such, his death was ruled an accident, and the case was closed. I raise this because while we never came across anything at the time that made us think Mr. Herman's death was suspicious, it does strike me as noteworthy that two colleagues from the same department at the same university died within a few weeks of one another. Because of this, I'm including any relevant information about the death of David Herman in the file. Excellent. Chat says, could be something else than the name of her brother. I like that idea. That's a good idea. Okay. Here is a note. Found in Trudy Earhart's desk drawer. It looks like two people are communicating in code. Someone wrote this and someone replied this. Anything jump out to you about this? Looks like probably substitution cipher. I see the O's are standalone, so this suggests the letter I or A, probably an I. Here's an I apostrophe to I apostrophe W-E. Not sure what this word would be. But here's a Z-I-T, a Z-I-T. So the other conclusion I would make, and there's our standalone single letter O. So one conclusion is that they're probably using this same code. Here's an initial U and L. That would be something that we might be able to guess the plain text to. E plus or ET, FS, that's a little odd. So 3 questions. 1 question, 2 questions, 3 sentences, 3 questions at top. All right, we'll work on this a little bit later. Standalone E in line 4, yeah. So that if we're guessing that O is an I or an A or vice versa, one of these is probably O, one is I. All right, let's not worry about this yet. We could get a key to this somewhere, but it looks like they're using the same code, and it looks like a simple substitution cipher. And maybe Earnhardt is writing secret information to someone and getting notes back and forth. Okay, Carner's report. Remember our rules for how we play these games. If you were to, you can continue with us as we look through these. If you felt compelled to work on this puzzle by yourself while we do this, then it would be important for you not to give us the answer. I say that because it's a little confusing. We're playing a game, we're trying to solve this, but the goal is not to solve it as quickly as possible. The goal is to enjoy the process of solving. So there you have it. If you wanted to work on this by yourself, you could, but you shouldn't give us any hints if you figure it out. So best to stay with us. And we'll spend some time on that when it comes. Obviously, if you're playing at home, you just pause it and work on it as much as you want. Okay, so here's our David Herman. Male, 49 years old, found March 18th. This is everything consistent with our theories. They ran a toxicology report on him. They didn't do an x-ray. Makes sense. Light bruising and puncture wound on the sole of the left foot, where he was made to look like he was stung by a poisonous fish. Okay, chief medical examiner, they went into the cause of death. Cause of death is poisoning. Victim was stung by a venomous fish while swimming in the ocean. Samples taken from the body match those of venom produced by the snapback fish, which we know is being used for its psychedelic DMT. Is that real? Is there a real snapback fish that has DMT? Time of death. Condition of the body suggests 3 days passed between the time he died and the time his body was found. Conditions too poor to determine a precise time. That makes sense. Okay, but 3 days passed. So he was killed 3 days before he was found. Presumably they did the autopsy relatively recently, so maybe you figure March 15th or 14th. Okay, and then we've got fingerprints. We know Penelope, we don't know... Oh, so John Winsberg, the introduction told us who he is. He is Earnhardt's former partner, John Winsberg. Partner, does that mean romantic partner? We don't know. And there's Carl Meekins, the one-handed man who we know is up to no good right there. That's kind of a giveaway that he's involved. He's almost certainly the killer of Dave Herman. And probably the killer of Earnhardt, but we still have to prove it. Okay, what else we have? Thomas Drucker, Pauline, and Veronica, the 2 jailbirds, and Beatrix. And all in not in alphabetical order, not sure what order. Okay, we'll look at those fingerprints later. All right, let's look what we got here. Forensics report. April 26th. Owner of koala sanctuary in Brisbane suburb Fig Tree Pocket called the police after he found one of the koalas in the sanctuary with a pistol. Police arrived at the scene quickly and the weapon was carefully retrieved with the aid of the sanctuary owner. Fortunately, the weapon was not loaded. It's believed the weapon was hidden in a shrub and stayed there unspotted for several days before it was found by one of the koalas. The gun in question is a Glock P2K semi-automatic pistol. While investigating the weapon to see if we could identify a possible owner, we inspected the barrel and was surprised to find that the rifling marks of the gun barrel matched the rifling marks on the bullet taken from Trudy Earhart's skull. We were also able to take some fingerprints from the weapon, which will hopefully lead us to the identity of who pulled the trigger. Wow, okay. So it's a Glock P2K, no mention of a silencer, but the bullet matches the bullet that killed Trudy. The rifling marks on the gun barrel, that means this gun was used to shoot Trudy. Three fingerprints. I mean, there's our one-armed guy. There's Trudy's, there's the fingerprints on the gun. And it was thrown away in a Brisbane koala sanctuary in the Brisbane suburb Fig Tree Pocket. So we don't know exactly where this is. Do we want to see if we can match these fingerprints now? Probably it's better if I scan this fingerprint chart so that we can more easily fold it and compare it. So let's not work on this now. Don't work on this on your own. We'll check fingerprints when the time comes. Okay. Trudy Earhart. So actually, sometimes it seems like it's useful to see what the police evidence file labeled this as. Letter in envelope from Maya. I don't know how they know this is from Maya. I guess they opened it up. 14 Paddington Road. All right, let's open this up. Oh, let's leave it for later, for a little bit of suspense. All right, let's find the report on David Herman, who we know was murdered. Last seen leaving his office around 5 p.m. Thursday, March 14th. Failed to turn up at work on Friday. Usually arrives at 8 a.m. Phone calls no answer. Couldn't be found at his home where he lived alone. Trudy Earhart reported his disappearance in person. Was told to wait until he'd been missing for 24 hours. He did not reappear. So here's her full name in case we didn't have it before and need it. Gertrude Hilda Earhart. Okay. Here's a picture of him. Lest I be accused of only zooming in on the pictures of the beautiful women in our cases, I will zoom in on a picture of Herman, David Herman. There's a news article, Jellyfish Clinic to reopen on 26th. So it looks like our Penelope Mudd got her clinic reopened. Let's read it. She's very industrious. Woman who ran a controversial clinic in Brisbane that offered cures based around jellyfish stings is looking to open a new clinic in Darwin offering similar treatments. Penelope Mudd's whose clinic was forced to close after her treatments became illegal after a change in legislation, is now trying her luck in the Northern Territory, where the laws still allow for her jellyfish remedies. All I want to do is run my business in peace, Mudd said. I don't want to be part of the media circus. I don't want the experts running after me here too. Miss Mudds made the decision to pack up and leave for a new city soon after her clinic was forced to close at the end of business hours on the 12th. So I think this is going to be her alibi that she moved to her whole town, to a whole different area into the north. I just spent the weekend sitting in my kitchen thinking what I was going to do. In the end, I decided to see if I could try to keep doing the thing I enjoy doing. I spent the week getting everything in order, and on the dot, precisely a week after my clinic was closed, Petey and I were on the road. Heck of a long drive, but it really made it feel like it was an adventure. Like a new beginning. When asked who Petey was, she said, "My car." The name comes from the letters on the license plate. Okay, so she's giving us her license plate, which maybe we'll be able to prove where it was. But she's saying a week after her place was closed down, which we were told, let's see, where does it tell us when her place was closed down? Well, this article was on the 12th. So either she was, so it sounds like maybe she was driving on the 19th. Although we don't know exactly when it was closed down. Maybe the newspaper, there's also a newspaper article about it. So that may help us. Okay, but we might be able to find her car license plate. Oh, was that our toll? That was our toll. That's our toll, isn't it? That's going to be our toll road. Let's see, where's our printout of the toll road? I mean, we could just go to the web page. Where's our... fraud prevention, that was it. Okay, toll road account number, authorization code ending was made by P. Mudds on the... All right, well, if we assume that our guy checked on her, here she was driving. I mean, I don't know how that really tells us where the car was without knowing where this toll road is. MUNB banking. Okay, doesn't matter. We know what it's supposed to be. We're pretty sure what we know, how this is supposed to help us track her, but there she is. Okay. It's hard to leave the city I've called my home ever since I was born, but having been railroaded from Brisbane all these years, I aim to put down new roots and make a fresh start here. Hopefully the people of Darwin are more accommodating of an honest businesswoman trying to make an honest dollar, because that's all I am. It's still early days. When asked about the medical validity of her jellyfish cures, she told our reporter, "Cures like these have been used in traditional remedies dating back thousands of years. If it was good enough for our ancestors, it's good enough for us now. Heck, apparently my remedies are dangerous, and yet they're experimenting with using jellyfish venom as a cure for cancer. How many times do I have to say it? It's healthy." We approached several experts on traditional and ancient remedies, and they all said they never heard of jellyfish venom being used as a remedy, though they did point towards some cultures using cobra venom or bee venom as an ingredient in traditional remedies. It remains to be seen whether or not the government of Darwin will tolerate Mudd's business practices. We asked for a statement and were told simply that they would look into the matter. Correction. An earlier version of this article incorrectly spelled Mudd's surname as M-U-D-D. This has been changed to correct the spelling. Okay, so her real name is Mudds, M-U-D-D-S. All right, well, she gives us an alibi where she was. We haven't really verified it, although we do have her using an account, a toll road, so that's probably it. Probably confirmation. It seems pretty clear that it's the game wants us to confirm it that way, but we haven't really locked in that being an honest-to-God alibi. All right, let's see what we got here. Following up on our report on this case from the 18th of April, Forensic found a fingerprint on the bullet keychain. So it wouldn't be surprising if this isn't from Beatrix, the student, sending stuff just to scare her. So we might want to check out, is this Beatrix just trying to scare her? The person who killed her wasn't trying to scare her. The person who killed her was trying to eliminate her. I'm guessing this is just a red herring. Robert is signing off. Okay, another police report. We've been running undercover investigations into the gangs operating the illegal trade of snapback fish. These are our primary suspects here. Due to their venom, which is deadly but also used as a recreational psychedelic drug, the trade of snapback is very highly regulated. Of course, these qualities also make them very valuable on the black market. This regulation came about recently after campaigning led by marine biologist Dr. Dave Herman. There's our first guy who was killed. He was worried that gangs overfishing the snapbacks were resulting in a diminishment of the population, putting the species at risk and potentially damaging the ecosystem. Tragically, Herman recently lost his life to a snapback sting. Our investigation has brought up the name Carl Meekins as the head of this gang. And we're in the process of building up a case to file a warrant for his arrest. Intel says that those working under him call him John, with his right-hand man being Paul. I, along with Officer Derek Payton, have been on several stakeouts to try and find out more about his operation. We followed him to a bar we believe he uses as a front for his drug smuggling, the Tap Room, and got photos of him entering and leaving the bar. While we were watching the building for Meekins, Officer Al Platter and Mike Hobb went into the bar wearing plain clothes. Attached are the photos of Meekins entering and leaving the venue. Other patrons arrived at and left the venue throughout the evening, but our sole focus for the stakeout was Meekins. So they're just saying they only paid attention to Meekins. See also the below statement from Officer Platter, who says, Officer Hobb and I went into the tap room around 5:30. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary, if somewhat seedy pub, serving drinks and offering pool and darts for patrons to play. While this is all legitimate, they possess a license to serve alcohol. Hobb and I suspected the drug smuggling was running out of a back room marked private. Both Hobb and I got the feeling the staff and clientele could tell we weren't regular patrons, so we felt it unwise to snoop around too much. However, the back rooms of the bar marked private, that one would expect to be staff only, received more attention than in any other bar we've been to. After 30 to 45 minutes, I went to the toilet. Luckily for me, it shared a wall with the back room. Listening in through the wall, I heard a voice I assumed to be Meekins say, Paul, she's sniffing about after us. Unfortunately, we're a little short of the fish stuff, so it can't be like last time. Don't forget gloves. Your cards still work. Another voice replied, Yep. Got it right here. It's scratched to hell, though. Apparently I attend University of Brine. Okay, so boy, this is giving a lot away, but it looks like Meekins is talking to Paul. And he's the owner of this scratched up key card, and that's how he's getting in to get the fish, or how he's going to get in to get the woman. Don't forget gloves, your cards still work. She's sniffing about us. I mean, they really seem like they're talking. Okay, we don't know who she is. She could be Neptune. She could be Neptune, or she could be Dr. Earhart. But clearly they're involved in the fish aquarium thing. So the boss is called John and his right-hand man is Paul. So here's our John and Paul, the gang members, and here they are talking about. She's sniffing around. We're a little short of fish stuff, so it can't be like last time. We're short of fish stuff, so it can't be like last time. Last time is probably the other break into the aquarium, so I'm not sure why he's saying it can't be like last time. That's a little bit of a mystery to me, what specifically, but clearly these are the bad guys. And this guy is the guy who's got the key card to the university. So if we looked at our key card records, we might be able to find him. We know he's got the scratched key card, so we can get that number and see when he went in. Hop and I stayed for a little while longer. Clear the staff and clientele were suspicious of us, so we left after we'd finished our pints. Also, the beer they had was pretty lousy, so neither of us felt like having another. All right. Oh, and here are the photos. So they're taking photos, and they were only focusing on Meekin. So here they are at the tap room. Oh, but look at that. So they're operating another thing, but look what they find. Here he is coming in at 6 p.m. on the night of the murder. And here he is leaving. So he's got a complete alibi. The boss, right? They're only paying attention to the boss. So we know the boss himself is not the killer. This is Meekins. But it sounds like his right-hand man might be the killer. All right, what's this about? The Toad and Tambourine Pub. Oh, here's our live music. This is our alibi for Beatrix, our student. So note again, this is just confirming our theory about the typo of April 15th. April 15th isn't even on here. So clearly it's the 19th. And now we can get a timeline for her alibi. So remember, this is kind of cute. I mean, in our social media alibi for Beatrix, we found out what club she was at, where she was, but we didn't have times. Where is that? We didn't have times, and now we do have times. Okay, so this is a typo. It's supposed to be 19th of April. And here's the Toad and Tambourine, which is what this is. Amy Jenkins on drums for the full hour. Well, now we know Amy Jenkins, there she is at 7 p.m. And she said, Trixie joined me for the full hour. So there we go. There's Trixie's 100% alibi. She was playing the drums from 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. with Amy Jenkins. So that's that. Done and done. She's alibied. All right. University of Brisbane enrollment for Trudy's course. Who do we have enrolled in her course? We've got their student numbers. Last names, nothing jumps out at us here. But we could use these codes to see if any of these people checked in, accessed after hours. Maybe it'll help us rule out people. But no one else we care about. Just student numbers that we can use to check the door access. John says, just in case it's getting lost in the chat, Anna had a great reading. Trudy was the one sniffing around, but they don't have enough poison like they did Herman. Can't be like last time. I see. That's very observant. Yes. So what Anna was saying, and Jonathan was just making sure I didn't miss, is that he's interpreting the conversation that was overheard. So let's just look at that, because I think that's a correct reading. The boss says, she's sniffing around after us, but we're short on the poison fish stuff, so we can't poison her like we did to Dave Herman. So unfortunately, you're going to have to shoot him. And then he's saying, don't forget your gloves. I think that suggests that the fingerprints on the gun are not going to be the real killers. You didn't point that out, but I think that's what it's suggesting. Don't forget your gloves. Either that means the fingerprints on the gun are not going to be the real killers, or it means he did forget his gloves. But I think we do believe that that's going to be that killer, yeah. Unless Neptune turns up dead, in which case they were killing Neptune. Okay. Now you have your answer. Someone asked in the chat, why didn't Oop Penn go to the cops with this photo? Well, here's one reason. He didn't want to end up killed by the gang. So they're like, I'm not getting involved. I'll do it. I'll pass it under the table, but I'm not going on the record. All right. We're all in agreement that we have no use for these until we potentially check them with the log. Found in Trudy's desk drawer at the University of Brisbane. More stuff found in her drawer. Dear Trudy, I know the truth. You can't fool me anymore. I know you left me for that Herman guy. Just a colleague, my arse. How long was this going on behind my back? Despite your name, there's nothing true about you in the slightest. So here was her ex-partner, which became a suspect. The cops got his prints, etc. Despite your name, there's nothing true about you in the slightest. You strung me along for all those years, making me think there was something to this relationship. Well, I'm not going to forget this. I hope you and Dave are happy together because it's a happiness that will soon come to an end. Happy Valentine's Day, JL. So he's the suspect on our prints here. John Linsberg, her ex-partner. And I wonder if they're talking about initials, I wonder if that encrypted note was her talking to Dave Herman about JL. I wonder if they're referring to him. I wonder if they're talking about her partner or something. Okay, we'll get to that later. Happy Valentine's Day. Not sure what that's about. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if they're not talking about it. Okay. It would make sense that she'd be... It would make sense, however, if she's having an affair with a colleague, that might be frowned upon by the university, so she might be writing love letters back and forth in code to him. Okay. What do we have here? Oh, here's going to be our toll road. So it looks like the police asked and got the toll road receipt. Let's take a look at it. Okay. Here's our license plate, P435PTY. We know what that is. That's PD. That's what Penelope said her car was called. The date is on the date of the murder. The time is at 6:57. There you go. Here's her alibi. And we could check with this. We could line up this authorization code as well. Logan points out that if we go look at it, what have we got? Authorization code 438581. 438581. Here she is. She's 7 p.m. on the road traveling north. Penelope Mudds is alibied. Next. Another alibi in the book. This is how you do police work. All right, so we've got an interview with Ut Penn, the worker at the aquarium who's otherwise known as Neptune. Interview conducted by us, Inspector P.L. Ayers, on April 26th. Ayers. The time is now 16:39 on 26th April in 2019. We're in Brisbane Police Department, interview room B. Please state your name. Ut Penn. And you were at the Rusty Bean Cafe on Park Road on the evening of the 19th of April. Is that correct? The Rusty Bean Cafe. Ah, that's where she was meeting with the brother. Yes. At what time? Around 7:25 p.m. or so. And you can confirm you met with Ben Earhart. Yes, I saw him there. So why were you there in the first place? I was due to meet with Trudy Earhart. And how do you know Miss Earhart? I didn't really. I knew of her. So why meet with her? She was trying to prove her friend had been murdered, and I wanted to help. And why did you not tell her it was you? Why go in disguise? I didn't want anyone knowing I was there. I was helping her. They would have killed me if they found out. The they you refer to, are these people that you say killed Trudy's friend, Mr. Herman? Yes, I'm sorry, I don't know their real names. I only know them as John and Paul, but those were their code names. After Lennon and McCartney? That's right. They loved the Beatles, so all their code names were Beatles related. They called me Astrid after Astrid Kritcher, because I'm German, I suppose. I always read these voices and then like 2 pages down, you get the information that tells you you've been supposed to be doing a different accent. She was a friend of the Beatles, you see. So you mentioned you wanted to help Mr. Earhart. How did you think you could help her? I don't know who Astrid Kritcher is in relation to the Beatles, but obviously, oh, she was a friend of the Beatles. Okay, you wanted to help Miss Earhart. How did you think you could help her? I had proof that could help her prove her friend was killed. I wanted her to have it. I wanted her to bring them down. But why not just come straight to us with this evidence? This is what was asked in the channel. Especially if you thought it was proof of a murder. I was worried I'd be stripped of my visa and sent back to Germany. What for? No comment. Because she's been letting them into the aquarium to steal drugs. All right then, Miss Penn, why did you want these people, in your words, brought down? They were blackmailing me, making me work for them. I thought if I gave Trudy the evidence, she'd go to the police for me. So, would you say you were scared of the police? Yes. For reasons you won't explain. I don't need to. It's got nothing to do with Trudy or Ben Earhart. But you're willing to cooperate now and helpfully answer my questions. Why the change of heart? Well, it seems I'm the only one who can confirm Ben Earhart's innocence. I don't want an innocent person to go to prison. Oh, that's very noble of you, Miss Penn. Thank you. But we might need to ask you some further questions about the things you alluded to at a later date. I see. No more questions for now, though. Interview ends. Time is now 16:45. Okay, completely reasonable. He's saying, look, eventually you're going to have to come clean, but for now I'll let it go. All right, so now we got a real reasonable explanation for why she didn't go to the police originally. And this is all consistent with her letting them in. She said she's being blackmailed. So this actually helps us clarify and confirm Anna's theory, right? Because remember, we overheard the conversation with the gang member and it said she's sniffing around. Well, obviously that's not Miss Penn, Neptune, that's sniffing around. She's fully involved in it, but she's being blackmailed. So definitely being blackmailed, they'll tell her that she's been helping them get in. So definitely they were talking about Earhart. Okay, so here she is. This is the note where she was writing her brother's name. So what were the theories here? First of all, based on how badly it's written, shaky, it looks like she's dying. So she's sitting in her chair dying, bleeding out. She's been shot. One of the theories from the group was that she was really writing something else. But it's not like there's another letter half written. It looks like she wrote the 3 letters she was trying to write. So let's think about some theories. This is kind of fun to hypothesize. Looking in on the chat, Anna says, I think it just means to ask Ben. Like she's writing her brother's name, like talk to Ben. He knows something because I gave him the assignment. Okay. She was writing under the desk secretly. What could Ben really be Penn, but she was dying, says Stacy. No, I don't think you write a B like this by mistake. But I will give you one alternate theory. I think it's more likely that she was just saying talk to Ben. But here's an interesting possibility. See if you can guess what I'm going to do as I reach back here. It's possible that it's code, and when we translate BEN in her code that she used, that it means something, and she was writing it in code in case the killers found it. That's a pretty big coincidence, though. But since we are allowing ourselves to write in here, let's just write a little note that it could be that it's in code. Or it could be that she hoped to write more and she was going to tell Ben. But let this be a lesson to you. If you're shot and killed and bleeding out, don't start writing the names of friends and family as if you're going to write a long note. Like your plan is to write Ben is innocent, but you're dying. Like, that is a risky game to play. You should write the other part first. Like, this person is innocent, and then you write Ben. You don't write Ben is innocent and then die off. So, just a little tip for those of you planning to die and write a little note, and a little exculpatory note. Don't start with the name. All right, let's see what else we got. It's time to take a break, and then we'll come back and figure out what this news reporter has to do with it. Oh, you know what this is. Look what it is. This is pretty cute. Look what it is. You know who these two people are going to be, don't you? There's our jailbirds. Turns out they're partying on the beach on the night of the murder. The little jailbirds are out partying. Okay. Cute. Very cute. Oh, that's interesting. And Tina says she was shot in the head. I don't think she was bleeding out. Well, that's a very good point. Yes, okay, some good points in the chat. She obviously wasn't writing it as she was bleeding out. And Anna gives us Anna says something that makes sense. She died instantly, but she was writing secretly under the desk while the person was pointing the pistol at her, explaining why she was about to die. I like it. Makes complete sense. Very good observation. Doesn't change really anything, but you're right. She was writing it under her desk. That's why it's a little weird, but still, you don't write the name of the innocent person. All right. We'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we will... we're getting pretty close to this case, it feels like. Okay, I'll see you in a little bit. All right, we're back. Anna brings up an interesting point. I'm curious. She says, "I'm curious if we can match the fingerprints on the weapon or not. Did he wear gloves or not? That is the question." Logan says, "Did they forget the gloves or did a koala get his mitts on it?" Or it would be funny if the fingerprints on the weapon were like koala fingerprints. I scanned the code page in case we were going to look at it. I was going to say, originally I said, let me scan the fingerprints so we can match it. But I realized we're marking up all this stuff. So I'll just fold and we'll do whatever we want with this. All right, so back to our case here. I think we have a pretty good handle on this case at this point. Just some sort of, we have to dot our T's and cross our I's. Okay, so we were talking right before the break about this little piece of evidence. Screenshot of TV news. Natalie Hobbs, the environment correspondent. And you can see it's at 7:29. So this is during the time of the murder in the hour-long window, if we can prop this to the same day. Memorial, this is pretty cool. So like we've got a photograph. We recognize these two. We know one has a spider tattoo on her. So just to show you that this is obviously the spider tattoo woman. We know one's blonde, one's brunette. Here are two jailbirds partying up on the beach. But to give her a clean alibi, we've got the time is right, but we would have to prove that this is from the day of the murder. Well, let's see. Let's look at the news ticker scroll. Memorial to cartoonist E.K. Pegg taking place today in Brisbane. Okay, well, we remember that from a newspaper article. Here was the article about the cartoonist found dead in March. Let's see if we can figure out from the newspaper when his memorial was due to take place. Pegg's friends have said they will hold a memorial in 25 days' time on what would have been his 40th birthday. Okay, so what is 25 days from 25 of March? March has 31 days. 6 days would put us on 7 days would put us on April 1st. Then you add 19, or I guess 18, would be on our day. So 6 plus 19 is April 19th. So there you have it. 25 days time puts it on April 19th, the day of the murder. So we've got our alibi. Need to work on those markers a tiny bit. We've got our alibi for our jailbirds. Partying up. Okay, and happy to be on the news. And look, remember they were described by the security guy as having beads on her wrist and the spider tattoo. Like here they are. You can see both of her wrists of the brunettes have these beads on them. Right there. And there. And there's her spider tattoo. Pretty funny. Okay, well there's her alibi. Nice and strong. Oh, here we go with the firearm registration. Okay, so here's one of our suspects recently bought a gun. Let's see if we can't alibi him. Well, there's the Gluck. It's the same make and model as the gun found. I wonder if he's in it with them. That seems unlikely. Let us find the report about the gun. So they find a Gluck P2K. The rifling matches the bullet on Trudy's skull. So this is the same gun. A Gluck P2K. And what gun did this guy buy? A Gluck P2K. Boy, that's a real coincidence. Got a serial number. Purchased for the purpose of target shooting. Date purchased February 9th, 2019. Approved February 14th. We don't know that this is his gun found though, right? All we know is... What do we know from our firearms document? All we know is he bought a gun. This is just a hint that he's bought a gun. So no actual information from there. It's all here. We know he lives nearby. Well, we don't know where that building is. But we know we can alibi him now. That's what it is. We can alibi him. We can alibi him because we know his date of birth. We can find him in the Drucker building logs. We can alibi him. Where's our Drucker building? Now, how the bad guys got his gun, if it really is his gun, is a different question. But it could just be a coincidence. It could be a popular gun in Australia. Let's see if we can't alibi him, though. Okay. I almost forgot. This is what we want. We want his date of birth information because we're told that the Drucker logs use your date of birth. 28/02/1969. Let's look. So we're looking for the employee number ending is 28/02/69. So here he is. Here he is entering at 6:26 p.m. And when do we have him leaving? Here. Okay. Enter and exit. So he's exiting at 9 p.m. and entering at 6:20 p.m. So that's it. There's his alibi. That's a pretty good alibi, right? He could have lent the gun to someone or lent his key card to someone, but unlikely. That's a pretty good alibi. It's an interesting meta question with these games, and I think unless you get strong evidence to the contrary, when you get something like this, you assume that the detective would have followed up to make sure that on camera this is consistent with him actually using his card, etc. All right, so we believe he's alibied. For the time of the murder. It's just a coincidence that he's got that gun. It's got to be a popular gun in Australia. All right. Now let's look at the shareholders meeting. I wonder if this is just additional confirmation, it looks like, that he's alibied, because look, it's a meeting on the date of the murder at 6:30, and here he is attending. This looks like it was unnecessary confirmation. Welcome, apologies, minutes for the prior meeting. profits. Gave a report on our current takings for the current quarter. Profits are down from last quarter. Hope that the continued sale of units in Panorama Tower and Forthright Tower may help boost profits going into 22. Drucker excused himself from the meeting at 8:55. I see. Excused himself from the meeting at 6:55. So he checked in and then he excuses himself. Interesting. Interesting. Legal confirmed that our case against Mr. Parker was solid. The office CCTV footage was combined for evidence, and footage was indeed found of him breaking the code of conduct. That the reams of paper in the cabinets are for use in the office printer, and his behavior was in breach of said article. While Mr. Parker was indeed a dutiful and much-loved employee, it was imperative to punish Mr. Parker in this way to demonstrate that breaking any article of the code of conduct will have consequences. So we're talking about a guy who was fired for stealing paper. Now let's look at this. Let's make sure I just want to make sure that we don't have some coincidence that one of our right-hand men... Who's the right-hand man, Paul, of the gangster? I just want to make sure that it's not... We don't know his real name, Paul, but okay. Parker sounds a little bit familiar. Okay, new housing development bid. Finance team have settled on the maximum amount they think the company should spend on a new building. Drucker returned to the meeting at 7:45. So look, he leaves the meeting at 7 p.m. and comes back at 7:45. So he's actually absent for 45 minutes from this meeting. But we know he's not leaving the building, at least not using his own key card. That would be very hard for him to get. Oh, look at that. It's 4:29 too. So like, even if he did try to leave the building, he's not going to be able to leave his building at 7 p.m., get to her, kill her, come back by 7:45. So he's alibied, even if he did somehow sneak out. All right, so let's just continue looking through here. They're talking about the environmental stuff. To position the new building as in touch with nature, including the jellyfish. Oh, listen to this. Panorama Tower. Action was decided following the eco-campaigning to change marketing angles, to position the new building as in touch with nature, including the jellyfish whenever they migrate this way. Prospective tenants will be promised the opportunity of living in the middle of the Australian ecosphere. Everyone present agreed environmentalism is very popular nowadays, and thus capitalizing on it was a smart move. Okay, so this is funny and believable. Like, they've decided, all right, we lost this court case. Let's make the best of it. Let's lean way into the environmentalism and use it as a marketing tactic. Forthright Tower. As agreed, action was required to solve the issue with units in Forthright Tower, which had been empty for several months. Prices will be reduced. The last price cut, because any further reduction in prices may give the building an unwanted down market reputation. Marketing department was tasked with creating ads for local newspapers and magazines and for local television. Song. To celebrate the occasion of Mr. Carter's 50th birthday, everyone present joined together in a rendition of Happy Birthday. Some of the attendees decided to go to the pub to celebrate, others didn't. Meeting was closed at 20:40. All right, so we don't know where they went at 8:40. I forget what time he left the office, but wherever it was. He left at 9 p.m. Yeah, so it sounds like probably he went to the pub with them. Okay, now let us take a look at this scratched up card. We believe this is Paul. This is either Paul or Paul is using this card, because the conversation they're talking about how Paul has a scratched up card. So I want to find that conversation where he talks about his card. He says, the boss says to him, Paul, she's sniffing about us. Unfortunately, we're short of the fish stuff, so we can't be like last time. Don't forget gloves. Your cards still work, he says. Another voice replied, yep, got it right here. It's scratched to hell. Apparently I attend University of Brine. So University of BR scratch NE. Okay, so let's see what we can read from this card. What does it look like here? It looks like we've got an expiration date and part of a student ID number and a photo, but no name. So let's just write down the information we have. We have how it expires, 31/17, looks like 17 or 12, could be 12, 2020. Now, you might say, what good does an expiration date do us? Well, expiration date could help us. Typically, a student card would be good for a year, and it might either be dated on the, probably wouldn't be dated on the person's birthday though. So maybe that's not that useful. Issue number, I don't know what that means, issue number 1. There's a QR code. We might try scanning that to see if it comes up as something. That might be a number there. And then we've got a partial student ID. It looks like S15 and then blank, blank, blank 5. That's probably going to be enough to find it on the logs, I'm guessing. But it might be interesting to scan this QR code. But I think, yeah, I think this is telling us Paul is a student. But I think the most important thing here is that we've got the university logs. Let's see if we can find him in these logs. All right, so we only care about coming in somewhere here. So let's see. First, let's see how many digits. For his ID, we've got S15 blank, blank, blank 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We think it's 7 digits. No, these should be 8 digits. They all start with S. So the question is, are there 3 digits missing from the middle, or is 1 digit missing from the end? Sorry, are there 4 digits? Okay, so it looks like to me like there are 4 missing digits. So the first 4 numbers are S15 blank, and then we've got 3 blanks and a 5. Okay, let's see if we can find such a code. S15, no. Let's see, let's mark all the S15. So here's an S15. Here's an S15. Here's an S15. Here's an S15, S15, S15. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 S15s. Now, which of these end with a 5? No, 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 yes, yes. We've got 2 entries that look compatible. To start with S15, end in a 5. Okay. One opened the door at 7:30, one at 7:42. Both of these are in our time frame of our murder. Can we narrow that down? Can you see anything more about this code that would make one of these incompatible? That's tricky, huh? 7485 or 1865. Does it matter? Does it matter which one of these is his? It doesn't, right? It doesn't matter to us which one is his. John says, is there another potential match a few minutes after our current cutoff? Yes, you're right, there is. After our current cutoff, there's someone coming in. But I'm just wondering, what are we trying to do here? I suppose if we knew the exact number, we could say we don't have him entering and we could alibi him. All we know now is we can't alibi him out of the question. He is our primary suspect, so we think he probably did it. All we can do here is say we can't definitively put him in the scene. Jonathan and Tina are pointing out, however, that if we found his ID if we found his check-in here and not here, we would alibi him out of the picture. Well, that's a good point. Let me see if we can scan this in the tablet. Let's see if this QR code pulls up anything. Barcode. I think you might need to use a barcode reader. Okay, the camera doesn't automatically do it, but let's see if we scan. That didn't work. Let me see, do I have a barcode reader? I used to have a barcode reader app. QR code reader. Let's see if this will read barcodes too. I feel like a barcode reader should be able to pick up a number from this. Anything on the back? What's this? Let's read the back. This is an internal University of Brisbane smart card. Remains the property of the university. Any questions, call us. For access problems, call us. If found. I wonder if these are real phone numbers you could call. In Australia, I'd rather not make a long distance Australian phone call. Interesting. Well, if you wanted to, let's just make sure there's no other matches. So there's no other matches, but there is that one after the murder. What are we told about this card when it was found? Let's read what we were told again, because we were sort of told a little bit about it, right? I just want to remember how we were told about that card. It was in a police report, I believe, on the first day. Someone turn off the lights. Okay. Silencer. No marks on the window. Pad of paper. Where was the report about this card being found? I mean, I think we're told it was found, but I'm not sure. Maybe we just put this aside for now. Do we know how to read barcodes? All right, well, let's keep reading and maybe it'll be clearer later. We have other stuff to do. Okay. So we've got, the only thing left for us now is the code and this letter. So let's read the letter first. Anna is saying, yes, let's look at the evidence first, then we'll come back, okay? So this is a letter that we're told in the thing is by Maya, but we don't actually know it's from Maya yet. Let's read it. Okay. Dear, from Norman Street, Sydney, New South Wales, 5 January. Dear Trudy, Happy New Year. Sorry I haven't written in so long. One of those things that I leave for tomorrow, and before it, I know it, weeks have gone by. This year, my resolution is to get better at replying to all my letters, really putting the respond in correspondence, if that isn't too corny a phrase. Oh well, I don't care. I like it, and besides, it's written now. What are you going to do? Thank you very much for your last letter. I must admit to being somewhat jealous that you got to go off to Cairns? You got off to go to Cairns because I don't see a window of free time in my schedule for such an excursion anytime soon. This might be where I don't know. I know, it wasn't for fun, it was for research, but really now, was it research or research? Sorry to hear about what happened with John, though. That's her person she broke up with. Don't worry, you made the right choice. He was a jerk. You're better off without him. It's only a pity you didn't dump him sooner. Also, I know you always said that Dave guy you work with was just a colleague, but now you're not with John anymore. Will that still be the case? Also, she says, don't worry about that plagiarism student. She'll make a lot of bluster, but it's just hot air. Sooner or later, she'll realize the whole thing was her own fault and realize she can't blame you for it. Things are going well down here for the most part. It was quite rocky when the merger went through, and we suddenly found ourselves answering to corporate overlords an entire ocean away, but things have settled in now. For the most part, they leave us to mind our own business, which suits us just fine. For how long this nice little situation lasts, however, well, that remains to be seen. Let's just say I shan't hold my breath. Maybe I should get out while everything's peachy before waiting for everything to fall apart, but, you know me, I'm not the most organized of people. Anyway, hope this letter's found you well. Yes, I know I'm supposed to begin with this line, but I forgot, and I'm not writing this letter all over again. All the best for the new year. Hope all the new students you get treat you well, and vice versa. With regards so warm they could instantly reduce wood to charcoal. Signed, Maya. Please send my love to Ben. That's odd in the sense of how is that of any use to us? I guess it's got a little bit of information. It's a hint that she's having an affair with Dave. Doesn't seem otherwise very useful to us. She's hinting us that the Beatrix grad student is going to turn out to be nothing, which we've already confirmed her alibi, so we don't care about that. Sorry to hear it happened with John. That's her breakup. We don't have any information about him. And then a hint about having an affair with her office mate. Doesn't seem like it's all that useful other than that to us, though. Maya, send my love to Ben. Okay, I don't see nothing jumped out. So it looks like the chat's in basic agreement with me. Just confirmation her ex was a jerk. Confirming that Herman was more than a colleague. That's sort of what I got from that. Okay. Nothing about the envelope is useful to us either, right? All right. Let's look at our encrypted note. It's time to work on that. Now, it's interesting that we didn't get any... I thought we were going to get a clue to decipher this. It's very interesting that we didn't. Okay, so let's take our time and work on this and just think about it a little bit. Before we jump to solving it, let's just try to be detectives a little bit and go slowly. So what's our first question if we're looking at this? Where was it found? Note found in Trudy Earhart's desk drawer. Okay, that's our first clue. Found in her desk drawer. Now, what do we notice? We noticed one thing is, it looks like the O's might probably be single letter words like the letter I. And probably, from the looks of it, same thing here. O here, and we see Z-I-T, Z-I-T. So second observation is using the same code. What's the third thing that jumps out? Obviously, two different people writing. It looks to me like we've got questions and answers. But another thing jumps out. What's the other thing that jumps out to you? What else? What else does a surface level analysis of this tell you? What else does a surface level analysis of this note suggest? Nothing? Anna says, could be a secret message from Herman about the fish smuggling he was suspecting. Well, could be lots of things, but before we get into that, I think surface level analysis suggests a couple other things, or at least one other thing. That's a woman's handwriting, right? To me, this reads as a woman's handwriting. So I'm guessing this is Trudy. What about this? Any clues about who this is? Well, look at this letter she just got from Maya. All caps. That's a little weird, isn't it? Does the handwriting match? How does she write her Z's? Does she do a line through the Z's like this person does? Let's see if we can't find a Z. We've got to have a Z in such a long letter, right? I mean, we could look for other letters, but those Z's are so stylistically unique. Does anyone else write in caps? What about Ben? When Ben wrote a note to himself, how did he write it? Ben writes full cursive. All right, come on, let's find a Z in this. All right, if we can't find a Z, what else? Anything else jump out at you as oddly written? Well, he writes his U's with flat bottoms. And the X's are very stylistic with the X cross low on the X. Let's see if any of that. Well, here the U's are written almost like lowercase u's. So those are not compatible. Look how the U's are so, everything else is capped, but whenever she writes a U, she writes it lowercase, like a squiggle. So as much as I wanted to think that this caps writer was going to be the writer of this code, I don't think so. All right. And it says, come on, it's totally different. Don't you see it? Yes, I guess it is. But all right, let's see if we can make sense of it. I'm surprised that we haven't, given how easy the rest of this game has been, I'm surprised that we're left on our own to figure this out. All right, let's just look at this for a second. We've got a sentence, a sentence, a sentence. We've got question, 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 3 questions. The last question is just 3 words. Zit us pew. You might a 3-letter word you might expect would be the, or there could be other things. If the O is an I, here's a 3-letter apostrophe S. You might expect that to be an S at the end of that apostrophe. Could also be a D, but S would be a good guess. Let's put up the, let's put up our counter since nothing else easy is coming to mind. So let me do the counter. Let's see, where are we at? Do we have it? All right, let's spend a little bit of time working on this. looking at capital letters as being important, as being possible names. There's our I. This can't be ILL. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what's a 3-letter word with an I apostrophe and 2 different letters. It's a little bit of a mystery for me. How do you get an I apostrophe blank blank? Can't be Isle. It can't be. Then we have these capitals here. That's our ZIT. Lots of TU, PU, VU. That's very, here's our TU, VU. It's a common thing. You might expect one of those to be me. What would be a common thing you would say is me? You could also ask, what would they be talking about? They could be talking about a love affair, or they could be talking about these crimes. Here's our I again. I'm starting a statement TU, so that's unlikely to be me. Here's again Zua. If that's our, if E is alone and that's our second standalone letter A, that would mean all the E's are A's. That would be an A. It seems to me like this game would not make us do this. I mean, we've proven that we can decipher things using this strategy. I think we would eventually get it, but it seems to me that this game's difficulty level has been low enough that this is not what it would do. This suggests to me like she wrote BEN. I really wonder if that BEN was the code. I really think her writing Ben was the key to this code. That would be something she would write, and that would also be a reasonable code she would use. But what would that mean? BEN. How would you use that as a substitution cipher code? Doesn't make sense. Well, If E's are A's, this is a weird phrase here. ETFS. And then this is capital also. How about this is the arrangement to meet Neptune? How about this is the arrangement to meet Neptune? Where did they meet? What cafe? Remember, she said we were supposed to meet Trudy, but the brother showed up. This is going to be the secret message from Neptune to meet. Don't you think? And what cafe did they meet up at? What cafe did they meet up at? The Rusty Bean. That doesn't help. And why would it be a back and forth if that's what it's arranging? Well, that seemed like it was a good track to me. Ive, I-V-E is Ive. Okay, good. So that would be a V. That means the I's are E's. And the W's are V's. E, E. Then this is probably an S. T probably goes to S. You want a three-letter word ending in a double E. That makes sense to me. So S, S. I's goes to E. E, E, E. That's a pretty big breakthrough, turning the I's into E's. We've got Z-I-V as a word and Z-I-T as a word. That seems like that should tell us a bunch. I's goes to E. I's goes to E. E. E, and we said W goes to V. V, E, S, Z, I goes to E. V, E is probably going to be very. Probably. I'm guessing that S is going to R and Z is going to Y. Hard to, you can come up with other words that start with VE, but not common. And this is an exclamation point. So very something makes sense. So that gives us an S goes to R. That should help us. There's an R. 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 Z goes to Y. R. A lot lot of R's is the second letter. I don't love that. But I do like that. What's happening here? That might be an S, not a T. I can't tell. What else have we got? Any other W's that I missed? Yeah, that's V. A, V, E. So J is going to be an H. Have. It slowly comes together. Any other J's? Yes. H, E. H. 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 It's going to be very. Z went to Y. ZIT is going to be yes, right? Because it's a single word, 3 letters, and then a period. So I think that's going to be yes, period. So I think T is going to an S. S, 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 S. There's our yes. Nina and Tina points out that J could be D for Dave. Dave. That's an interesting question. All right, let's keep that in mind. Z turns into a Y. As. Why would it be capitalized? I don't know. Z turns into Y. Do we know what V turns into? T goes to an S. 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 Here's a letter by an E by itself. So, oh, that was our A. E goes to A, T goes to S. Okay, have I, Z goes to Y. So this is going to be your, UA is going to be your, OU. So that means U goes to O and A goes to U. Have I mastered your something? Have I mastered your something? This is talking about the code. Okay. So N goes to M. And then V goes to T. S goes to R. Did we already know that? Yes. F goes to D. All right, let's fill these in. Have I mastered your... I don't know what it means. Do we know what H goes to? P. A goes to E. No, sorry, A doesn't go to E. A goes to U. Z goes to Y. V is going to be T. Have I mastered your co-alphabet? This is A. No. Have I mastered your SE secret? D goes to C. V goes to T. Have I mastered your secret? This looks like it's alphabet, but it's not alphabet. What is it? Have I mastered your secret code yet, comma. B goes to T, A goes to U, we said F goes to D, Trudy. Have I mastered your secret something yet? Your secret code yet, Trudy? So X we don't know, U goes to O, A goes to E, M we don't know, F goes to D, Z goes to Y, U goes to O, A goes to U, something U, I is so something U, Molly, M, oh we don't know that yet, we don't know the L yet. Do we ever find out our V? Yes, T, and then U2. Guess we can turn this off. We're just talking now. Okay, have I mastered your secret? This is a separate word here. Have I mastered your secret? Seems like we should be able to figure that word out. Your secret something. It's code, cipher, something. But we do have a lot more letters we know how to decode yet, so we can probably... The I was the O. L we don't know. 2. H we don't know. V was a T. This is H is probably a G. Get or bet. It could be a B. Let's leave it for now. F goes to D. D R something. We don't know P. We don't know L. We don't know what E is yet. Yes, E is an A. V we don't know. I we know was an E. X we don't know, but U is an O. Yes or no, N is going to be a P. I mean, P is going to go to N. P is an N. Yes or no? That's the question. Something, something, yes or no is the last question. So P's go to N's. That's an N. Oh, a lot more down here to fill in. N. P goes to N. And so Z is going to be a D. Did we already know that? No, we said Z was a Y. Oh, any. Any. Okay. We said O was an I. We said T was an S. I have a feeling AGV is going to be anger. I wouldn't be surprised if this was anger, but I'll leave that for a little bit later. Okay, E goes to A. U goes to O. U, we said H goes to what? We don't know. And V we don't know, but I think it's Don't know. All right, P was an N, N. F was a D. Doctor. Doctor. H-E. Who's our doctor? R. Is this Herman? Dr. Herman. Yes, that's going to be Dr. Herman. U goes to O. P goes to N. Do we still not know M? Only. This M's got to go to an L. There's no other O-N blank. So M has got to go to L. Let's fill. That doesn't look like a word. Maybe it's not an L. I think it is. Let me leave this off since I'm not sure. Is it U goes to O? Okay, when we don't know what V is, I'm just talking to myself. I should check in the chat. H goes to G. You think? If H is G, language, good. Then this weird word we were trying to find is language. H goes to G and M does go to L. M goes to L. Good. That's nice to have that confirmed. L. Lots of L's only. W. It'd be nice to have a little web page to do this so I don't have to try to find everything. M goes to L. L. Lie to get a I don't know what G goes to, but I think it's going to be yes or no. Have I mastered your secret language yet, Trudy? This is going to be if. If so. So G goes to F. If so, that's what I got wrong. Would. So X is to W. Have I mastered your secret language yet, Trudy? If so, would you lie to get a something, something, or something, yes or no? Would you lie to get F is a D. Would you lie to get DR blank NK? Do we know what L maps to? Can't be drunk. Would you lie to get a drunk? Would it really say, would you lie to get a drunk? G goes to F, we said. And do we know what V goes to? We know what X goes to, though, W. Would you lie to get a... That's a T, so it's after. Is it going to be after work? Would you lie to get a drink after work? Would you like? Is that what it is? It's not like, it's like. Would you like to get a drink after work? Yes or no? Okay. Would you like to get a drink after work? Okay. Have I mastered your secret language, Trudy? If so, would you like to get a drink after work? Okay, so this is going to be someone talking with her. to Trudy. Okay, so now we should be able to do the rest of it. Let's see. So what else did we do? We did L goes to K. U goes to O. Looks okay. She says, looks okay. T, what was our U? T-O, looks okay to me. Right? That's going to be our N going to M. Looks okay to me, period. I, C, A, this is going to be can't. We said Z goes to Y. What is this letter if it's not, is it a V? Does our V go to T? U goes to O. V goes to T. I can't, she says. I can't see any. Where was our M? I can't see any mistakes. Looks okay to me. I can't see any mistakes. You get an A+, Dr. Herman. Okay, so now we know who she's talking to. She's talking to Dr. Herman, who's flirting with her. Have I mastered your secret language yet, Trudy? If so, would you like to get a drink after work? Yes or no? She says, looks okay to me. Can't see any mistakes. You get an A+, Dr. Herman. And then she says, I only... V goes to T. I only T-A-C-H. She only teaches. Or O. She only teaches it to. She only teaches it to. Then our T-H-U goes to O, right? To those I. What was our T-R? We say A was an E, did we say? No, yeah. I only teach it to those I trust. And then L, and then O. W was a what? V. And I only teach it to those I trust, love. This is probably going to be and. A. N. D. Right? I only trust to those I trust, love, and T-R. A went to E. No, A went to U. Oh, and I trust, love and trust to those I love. All right, so I was too quick there. M goes to L. I only teach it to those I truly love and trust. So the F A, this is going to be fact, right? That's going to be T. That's going to be fact. We know this word again. T-A, this is going to be taught. G-H-T. Trot it to you. T goes to S is a, what was our H again? G-O-O-D-S-I-G-N. Okay, I only teach it to those I trust and truly those I truly love and trust. So the fact I've taught it to you is a good sign. So, yes. And then she says, D-A-W was... What was our W again? Is that Dave? Yes, Dave. A F I. Are these B's? I'm not sure we've seen a B yet. That can't be right. Z is T. Something's wrong there. What have I done wrong? Z is Y. I think that's new to us, B, so I think it's going to be fizzy. A fizzy, D-R-I-N-K. And U goes to O. A goes to U. Sounds very G-O. No, that's not G-O. G-I and D. What was our D? P must be N. Very nice. Okay. In this code, Ben would be Z A, and our N goes to M. Zam. Okay, well, that doesn't sound like any code, but it seems like we got it. Okay, let's read it out, and then... So Zam means nothing. So we still don't have an explanation of what Ben would mean if she was writing it as a secret code. It wouldn't make sense. All right, so Dr. Herman is writing to her. Have I mastered your secret language yet, Trudy? If so, would you like to get a drink after work? Yes or no? She says, looks okay to me. I can't see any mistakes. You get an A+, Dr. Herman. I only teach it to those I truly love and trust, so the fact I've taught it to you is a good sign. Yes, Dave. So yes, Dave, a fizzy drink sounds very nice. All right, so we've translated this code and gotten nothing from it. It was fun to translate. It surprises me that we had to work to figure it out. That doesn't really make sense to me, given the rest of the easiness of this case. It strikes me also, we were thinking, and as Logan said, whoops, as Logan said, nerds in love. Yes, that is something. It would make sense that she would be writing a secret code when she wrote BAN. But it doesn't make sense what she would be writing. And also, she probably doesn't know the killer. Weird. Is there really nothing in this whole note that's of any interest to us? It confirms what we already suspected, that they were seeing each other or were in love. Is this just to convince you that Dr. Herman is not her killer? Not that, but he was dead, so he can't be the killer. So why is this note here? How does this help us? It's kind of a weird thing for the game to have, right? It makes sense if she was teaching us a secret code that she was going to use to leave a message. But if that's not the case, why on earth are we carrying... Why does decrypting this note, which it took us an hour to do, help us? Tina says, so the angry ex-boyfriend was right. Not quite, because we know from her letter with Molly that they may not have been involved until after they broke up. So after they broke up, they may have gotten together. I don't see how this... Logan says it just seems like a bit of color. Yeah. Very strange. Okay, let's take a break and then we'll come back and try to do some fingerprint analysis, yeah? All right. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. The chat is getting interesting because we feel like we're just about done with this case, but there are some loose ends. Let's check in with the chat because I think there's some interesting points being made here. Anna says what I was thinking too. We don't really have an alibi for the ex. Like most of the people, we have hard alibis, but we don't really have an alibi for the ex-husband yet. But I think Anna makes a good point. If the boyfriend died and we know he was killed by the gangsters, I guess it doesn't matter how he died. The point is the ex really gonna kill her after her boyfriend died? It seems like the jealousy motive would disappear once the new boyfriend died. On the other hand, it really seems like we should have a hard alibi for him. We have a hard alibi from everyone else. Why do we not have a hard alibi for the ex-boyfriend? We're gonna need to go through all of our notes again. I had a tiny little theory, and I think I just saw that I'm right. Okay, so let me give you my theory, and then I'm going to show you why I'm right. Okay, it's nice when I pick up. You guys are getting so good that it's getting to be rare that my intuitions and my speed beats you, even though you're at a real disadvantage from me because you only see what's right under the camera, and it's without the physical layout. I mean, our brains are very spatially structured. We've got a whole giant structure in our brain, hippocampus, that seems to be very devoted to spatial organizations of things and relative locations. So you guys are at a huge disadvantage in not having stuff in front of you in spatial positions. But okay, I'm going to give you my intuition, then my theory, and then I'm going to prove that I'm right. You ready? All right, everyone take a deep breath, settle in. Anna says, and you won't show us the fingerprints. Okay, we're going to look at the fingerprints, but this has nothing to do with the fingerprints. But I want you to settle in for this. All right, everyone, get your coffee. Okay. Now, Anna says, speaking of disadvantages, Winsberg could be the bad guys, John. Everyone wants to get in their theory before I explain this. And that's a good theory. That's a good theory, but that's not it. Fingerprints exclude him? No. It's the boyfriend's letter. No. Okay. All right, settle in, settle down. All the kids settle down in the front row, like the kids at the school. Okay. Now, we just spent an hour deciphering her secret flirty message with the boyfriend, the other doctor. And it really felt like there has to be some reason we did that. There has to be some tie-in to that case. Let's see if anyone in the chat, when someone jumps in and realizes what I'm going to point out here. Okay. Has to be some reason behind that. And then in the very beginning of the case, we got this. And we said, boy, that's odd. She was clearly writing a secret message. What'd she have written, Ben? And we said very early on, I suggested, could this be a code? Then we spent an hour deciphering this. It's her secret language that she only teaches to people. She obviously loves it. And so very early, after we did that, the first thing that happened is someone, I forget who in the channel, said, if this is the message, and this gets translated, it would be Zam. And we said, whoops, that's not it. But what if, and then I said, also, if it's the gang that's killing her, she's not going to know her killer. But that's not quite right, is it? This right-hand man of the gang member is a student, an unknown student, that she quite possibly did know who it is, if it's a student that's recently attending. So what's the chance that ZAM is the name, like the last name, of this student who was her killer? We know she was writing this under duress, as Anna pointed out, not after she was killed, but in the moments before she was killed. And we believe that this is her killer, an ex-student. What's the chance that his last name is going to be ZAM? I wonder. And then I was just, after I wondered this, I was just organizing papers. And you might have remembered we got this sheet that we didn't think much of. But take a look at the names on this list. Oldarsky, Sandwith, Drunwich, Georgeson, Lonsdale, Stockerdale, Gatley, Zambuchini, Muir, Ford, Driver. Look what we've got right here. ZAM. We have just identified, and let's check his student ID, which we know is S15 something something 5. Well, what do we have here? S1507485, Jack Zumbachini. Well, now that we've got his exact ID, we might even go back and see if we can't find his entry log into campus off hours. Where is it? There's a lot of notes now. Okay. Let's see what we got here. S1507485. S1507485. Here he is, clocking in bang in the middle of our death murder mystery. Here he is. Jack Zambuchini. Zam. Clocking in at 7:30. Exactly what? And so, not a waste of time that we did the translation. Very clever that that Z was only used once, so we just had to get the whole thing to figure it out. That's pretty good. We got him. Yeah, we got him. All right, now let's look at the fingerprints, even though nothing's going to convince us that he's not the killer. But it would be nice to see if he's trying to frame someone or not. So where is our fingerprints? We've got a couple fingerprints here. Okay, I think this is all of our fingerprint information. Okay. Let's see what we got. Okay, fingerprints on the gun. Fingerprints from the weapon. Okay. Assuming they're not the koala's fingerprints. Here's our fingerprints from the weapon. All right. Sarah, really? Here's our fingerprints from the weapon. You can let yourself out. All right, here's our fingerprints from the weapon. Now let's see if we can match that up to someone. And here are the fingerprints on the fake bullet keychain. Let's do that one first. I was going to say, I've already marked these up. I was going to scan them, but it's really not important anymore. Okay, let's see if we can't find... Let me see if I can show you something here. Here's our camera. Where's the thing that flips around the camera? There. Can you see? Sarah, you're going to see Sarah. Oh, Sarah, she decided to take a rest. All right, never mind. I was going to show you Sarah scratching at the door. She's got a special doorknob that she can use down by her, but she doesn't want to use it. Okay. Let's find who sent Trudy the fingerprints. We think it's probably Beatrix, and it has nothing to do with who killed her. So let's see if we can't zoom in and find... There's Beatrix. Let's see if we can't find her fingerprints. Do you recognize those? Do any of those match her? It's got a big curve through the middle. I don't see it. I bet it was going to be her ex-boyfriend then. All right, my next guess, if it's not her, is going to be the ex-boyfriend, John Linsberg. Yep, there we go. So it's John Linsberg who sent the fake bullet to her. Everyone agrees? There's his fingerprint right there. All right, so now we know who sent her the fake keychain with bullet to threaten her. It makes sense. You're gonna get yourself out? Yeah, she did it. Okay, next fingerprint. So there we go. So it wasn't Beatrix after all. It was John Winsberg, the ex. Okay, hopefully we'll get asked that question because it would be nice to be rewarded. I guess that's not big deduction that we figure that out. All right, let's match this gun. What do you guys think? Is it gonna match? Okay, so here's what we have to assume. It better not match. Oh, it's not gonna match. It's not gonna match anyone, right? It's either going to match Thomas Drucker or no one. But my guess it's going to match no one, right? That's going to tell us that it's an unknown killer, not for someone from this list. Or, yeah. It's going to not match anyone is my guess. If it matches Drucker, then we're going to have to find some way that Drucker is connected to our student. But I think it's just going to show us that the gun was a coincidence that they both owned it. All right, here we go. Let's do it. Our first theory would be that it's Drucker since it's his gun. Do any of these prints match Drucker? If we remembered our gumshoe, we could identify what these are. This one looks very identifiable. It's like all straight lines. Well, that looks kind of close, but it's not quite right. This ends differently. nothing else. So 3 prints, we wouldn't have to find all of them. If it's all of his finger, if we find a single print, that should be enough. What about this one though? I don't think this matches anything either. Okay, so I think this gun is not, these prints are not Thomas Drucker's. We know Pauline is alibied. We know Beatrix is alibied. We know Veronica is alibied. You could try to look for their fingerprints just to make sure you weren't making a mistake. I'll just look for these flat ones quickly. I don't see any sign that anyone has those flat ones. Okay, who else are we considering? Well, we are considering the X. I guess we should take a look at him. Does he have flat, straight-lined fingerprints? Looks a little bit like that one, but not really. These are more straight, and sometimes they go up a little bit before they go over. These are all down, down, down. Rounded, round, whirls, 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 whirls. Our one-handed guy, that's the closest, but that doesn't really match. I guess you could hope, actually, you could hope to see multiple fingerprints on the gun, right? You could, we shouldn't rule out the idea that the one, we know the one-handed guy is up to no good. Oh, that's the one-handed guy is the boss. That's the boss. That's the gang boss. It's the gang boss that's one-handed. Okay, well, we know he's alibied. He didn't do it. He didn't pull the trigger. He could have had his hand on the gun, though. Let's see if any of his fingerprints match. Because that would be a nice way to convict him if he happened to also get his fingerprints on the gun. Right? Guess we should, that would be, like, you wouldn't want to overlook that if you were a cop. You wouldn't want to overlook a second set of prints. Without the killer's prints, we don't know if all 3 came from the same person. And you might imagine that the boss had put his fingerprints on it. So let's see. Is this possibly one of those fingerprints? I don't think so. I don't think any of these prints are his. While we're looking at this, though, I want to recommend a song to you that you can check out on YouTube by a band called R Ring, which is a small 2-person band formed by Kelly Deal, not Kim Deal. Kim Deal and Kelly Deal are twin sisters who created the band The Breeders, one of my very favorite bands of all time. And R Ring is a little one-off band that I'm pretty sure it was Kelly formed. And they have a performance that was recorded live, just the 2 of them in like a big, giant public government lobby. And it's really a very moving, there's something about it that's very fantastic. So when you get a chance, go check out R Ring. See if you can find that song. There are only a couple songs. It's called Fallout and Fire. Fallout and Fire. Really lovely. All right. Well, I don't think it's matching anyone. Penelope Mudds has an alibi. I think we've got our case solved here. The only person we don't have an alibi for, we don't have a hard alibi for the ex-husband or ex-boyfriend. Do we need one? What was our charge? I mean, it's sort of the way the game has been going is it wants us to find hard alibis, but we don't really have any information about the ex. Let's look through our information and make sure. We know we sent her the thing. Let's make sure we have no information or website about the boyfriend that we've overlooked. Here's our charge. Let's see. We've ruled out Ben. The other suspects include her former partner, John Linsberg. Herman died, okay. Let's see if we can't... Is there anything that gives us information about John Linsberg? He wasn't an ex-student. Here's Trudy saying, you're not with John anymore. Maybe you'll hook up with your friend. Lindbergh isn't a member of the Drucker building, so he's not checked in there. Okay, here he is writing a letter. Anna says, let's check the newspaper. That's a good idea. Let's see if this letter gets any. Found in Trudy's desk drawer. I know the truth. You can't fool me. I know you left me for Herman, just a colleague, my arse. How long was this going on? Despite your name, there's nothing true about you in the slightest. You strung me along all those years. I'm not going to forget this. I hope you and Dave are happy together because it's happiness that will soon come to an end. Happy Valentine's Day. So he sent her something on Valentine's Day. That was the... I mean, he sent her that on Valentine's Day. We're going to look at the papers to see if we can find an alibi for him. Nothing in the social media. We're going to look in the newspapers. When was she sent that bullet? I guess it doesn't really matter. But if the bullet was sent from a address far away... Here's the information about the bullet. On the 18th of April, day before she was killed, she received a parcel, the small replica of a bullet, no return address. It's pretty coincidental. But boy, you wouldn't do that if you were going to murder someone. You wouldn't... I don't know. It's not a hard alibi. There's no alibi, but it is a big coincidence. If you were the cops, you'd want to interview that guy, wouldn't you? Stacy says good night. Well, I think we basically got it solved. You'll wake up and you'll check in on our solution, make sure we didn't get anything wrong. Okay, so Lindbergh is his name, huh? Any mention of him in any of our newspapers? Seems unlikely, right? How about this news presenter story and the bus driver story? Let's take a look at this. Disruption, budget, Rachel Adams, new presenter, Radio KIX. Oh! Wait a second. New presenter to start at Radio KIX. What have we got here? A comedy duo, Linsberg and Fitch. Okay. So Lisa is coming to take over on the 20th of April. So before the 20th of the April, from 6 to 10 is the old lineup. What's the old lineup? The comedy duo, Linsberg and Finch. There you go. There you go. Between 6 to 8 p.m. on the night of the 19th was the comedy duo, Linsberg and Finch. The two Johns That confirms his first name. So John Linsberg and John Finch. He's a real funny guy. And Anna Goodwork suggesting we go to the newspaper, and there it is. It's nice that this game is consistent, like it is giving us hard alibis for everyone. Okay, I think that's it. I think we're ready to solve it. And the game was nice enough to give us in our briefing sort of a summary of the suspects. Let's just find that to make sure we're not forgetting to alibi anyone. Okay, so our assignment for game 2, here's our internal memo for part 2, and here's our instructions. Complete the objective stated in the internal memo in part 2. If you need hints, you'll here. Okay, so here's our internal memo. I'm giving you the responsibility of working out who really killed Trudy Earhart. And then he talks about the possible suspects. Who has a motive? They've ruled out Ben. The remaining people are Beatrix, the ex-student, the real estate tycoon Drucker in the Drucker building, Penelope Mudds, the huckster jellyfish medicinal person, her former partner, boyfriend John Linsberg, and criminals Pauline Flint and Veronica Johnson, who might be the John and Paul that Oot Penn mentioned, or they could be two other John and Pauls. So there are suspects. All right, well, Beatrix we gave a hard alibi to, performing with the band. The real estate agent Thomas Drucker has a hard alibi with his check-in and check-out into his building, and also live presence at a meeting didn't give him enough time. The criminals Pauline and Veronica that Earhart witnessed to a murder, they were photographed on the news getting drunk at the beach. The two gang members that Oot talked about, John and Paul, we know who they are. They're the one-handed man, John, the gang leader, and we know from the overheard conversation that person with codename Paul is the murderer. He has the key card. We've identified who that is, Sam Bucchini, and also we've alibied John Linsberg because he was on the radio. So that's it. Everyone has gotten hard alibied except for a killer, which we have very strong affirmative proof that it's him, including his key code scanned at the time of the murder, plus all of the conversation we heard about him planning to kill it and the idea that they couldn't use the jellyfish. He probably forgot to wear gloves and left his fingerprints, but we don't have his fingerprints, so we can't look him up. All right, then. It's time to solve this case. Let's do it. Okay, we're ready to solve it. So, cryptickillers.com, marine killer, which didn't get entered anywhere. cryptickillers.com. Okay, here we go. Who killed Trudy Earhart? Do we need to pause? Does anyone think we're not ready to solve this? I guess you would have spoken up. The bullet was sent a day before. That's why I said the ex was crazy. Boyfriend was dead by then. Yeah. Okay. Everyone's agreed. We're ready to solve it. Okay. Who killed Trudy Earhart? Enter the suspect's name and click submit. So that's all it's asking us for, huh? Now let's read what it says here. You must only complete the form when you have eliminated all innocent suspects. It is very important that we don't point fingers too early. We must have an alibi for every suspect. When you're ready to charge the killer, enter their name and click the submit button. If you suspect it was more than one person, please enter their first names separated with an ampersand and space like this, Bill and Bob. Interesting. I like that they're leaving open that possibility that it was multiple people, so you don't rest on your laurels, so you don't think it's too easy if you think there are multiple killers, and maybe some of their other games there is. It's a little weird. It's a little unfortunate. Well, let's see if it asks us any other questions after that. We can talk about our thoughts at the end of the game. All right, where's our full student name list? Because we know the killer's full name. In fact, the cops are going to love to get this person's name because they don't seem to know who's in this gang, but we do. Okay. His name is Jack Zambuchini. All right, let's do it. Jack Zambuchini. All right, it wanted his full name. Enter the suspect's name, then click submit. I don't know if they wanted first name, last name. I assume we have to put in his full name. Okay, here we go. Enter. University of Brisbane Student Union Newsletter, Spring Term 2019. Contributors, Mark Jeffries, Lisa France, Tony Smith, and Matt Jackson. Those could be the names of the writers of this case, if you had to guess. Murders of marine biology lecturers brought to justice. It's the story that's been on the lips of everyone on campus for some time now, and it's finally reached its stunning conclusion. The trial of the men charged with murdering Dr. Trudy Arnhart and Dr. Dave Herman, both U of B marine biology lecturers prior to their deaths, ended with a guilty verdict. Jack Zambuchini, a master's student studying marine biology at this very institution, poisoned Herman and shot Earhart. While formal sentencing for his crimes hasn't occurred at the time we go to print, we understand he's due to spend a significant amount of time behind bars. Really? Just a significant amount of time? You'd think that might be a life sentence for that. Zambuchini was the right-hand man of Carl Meekins and committed both murders under Meekins' orders. Meekins was the head of a gang producing and distributing psychedelic drugs manufactured from the venom of snapback fish. Herman was killed after he tried to raise awareness for the damage Meekins' scheme was doing to the ocean ecosphere, and in such a way that it had initially been ruled an accident. Earhart, refusing to believe this, started investigating Herman's death, resulting in Zambuchini murdering her to stop her finding out. Meekins was found guilty of conspiracy to murder, as well as many other charges, including drug trafficking. A memorial to the two lecturers is due to happen next Sunday, in the main campus's central square. Vice Chancellor Bruce Saxby has stated that the university plans to install a permanent memorial on the campus grounds, and that the proposed new wing of the campus library be named the Earhart-Herman Wing. And here he is. This is going to be our killer having a nice dinner. I assume that's the killer, or the author who's writing us here. Is there any reason to believe he's the killer? Hi, I'm Luke. Congratulations on finding the killer. This is our latest game, and you're amongst the first to play it. As such, we don't have many reviews on this case file, so I really need your help, please. As it stands, fewer than 1% of players leave a review. If every player did, we'd be able to devote all our time to create more games for you to enjoy, and it would be a huge help to us. Thank you. Okay. I said at the very beginning of this stream that if you enjoy this game, especially if you didn't purchase it, a really nice gesture you could do in lieu of buying the game is to leave them a positive review. My feelings for the case are pretty positive, so I would leave a review. This is either the killer or Luke who wrote it. It's a little bit, it seems like they should clarify that. Let's see. As a token of appreciation, I'd like you to send you an exclusive discount as soon as the next case file is released. Valid for 7 days after launch. That's a little tricky. Okay. So let's take a break for 5 minutes. No, let's take a break for 8 minutes since it's about time for both. We're going to take an 8 minute break and then we'll come back and give our final thoughts on the game. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've just finished our first game in the Cryptic Killers series, this one called Murder of a Marine Microbiologist. It's taken us a little over 6 hours to play. We got it correct. And now we're going to give our final thoughts. The chat has been talking. Actually, I should catch up. We should look at what the chat says before we scroll up and missed some of it. In fact, some we missed here. Jonathan said, overall, felt like a very solid production, nicely designed documents, variety, physical card, minimal typos, well-designed clue chains. Jonathan says, maybe a tad on the easy side for this group. Anna says, it was a good case, though. Great evidence, good quality, everything clicked, A+. Jonathan says, I would say the actual mystery did not super intrigue me, though there were promising parts at the start with the note Ben. I do think there are a couple of missed opportunities for me, says Jonathan. One, I would have enjoyed some more unique evidence documents dealing with the ocean and marine life. Anna says, was talking about the photo of the killer. She says she thought that the crime boss was the one who poisoned the killer and blamed me. She says, I went with what Jesse said, so it wasn't clear to me till now that there were two guys there beside the victim. Yeah, there were two guys in there. It's a very dark photograph, but it's very hard to see. But basically, there's one figure standing here with one arm. Then there's another guy that you have a hard time seeing, but he's here leaning over the foot, applying the poison to it. It looks a little better in front of me than it does in front of you. John says, I would have enjoyed more documents written by our victims, maybe the accused brother. We did get some, but I think I would have enjoyed being a little more emotionally invested. Logan says, thoroughness was impressive. There was an alibi and answer for every question in the game. Not much deduction, but do you want cops to deduce or have evidence? The documents were solid, and I appreciated the time they took to do the actual handwriting. Anna says, for me, the more important thing is that the case felt real. Drug dealing, gang, murdering scientists who are onto them. In former cases, when the story wasn't believable, that was a bigger sin to me. Jonathan says, I would have liked there to have been more of a twist between Act 1 and Act 2. It didn't really feel like a big narrative reveal or deepening of the mystery, more like just a checkpoint. Those are all great points. Let me see if anyone else, if you guys have more to say before I start talking. I think there are some very interesting points there so far. Mostly, I'm in agreement. Anna says, I don't care how good the gameplay is if the solution doesn't make sense to me. I know that for Jesse and Jonathan, the gameplay is more important. I wouldn't put it quite like that. I would say that it's not infrequent that I think Jonathan and I both care about story and narrative. Some people just care about the puzzles. I think this group as a whole really cares about the narrative as well. But it has been the case more than once that Jonathan and I are willing to take a sort of cartoonish story and solution and not get bothered by it. Whereas Anna, occasionally there'll be some cartoon story and Anna will be turned off by it being unbelievable. I'm a little intrigued. I'm a little surprised that there are parts of the story that didn't trigger Anna and make her get upset. I was going to start with the positives, but let me do some of the negatives here. It did feel, I'll go back on it. In terms of agreeing with Anna, it did feel like a solid case in terms of the scope of what the police would be looking at and investigating, and everything did tie up well. It was a little cartoonish though, right? Because the gang breaking into the aquarium to get the drugs from the fish, and that's what this whole gang is of the one-handed guy, is a fish psychedelic gang. A fish-based DMT psychedelic drug dealing gang. That does not seem that realistic to me. I think there are easier ways to sell psychedelics. You manufacture LSD in a lab. It's a lot easier. So there were some cartoonish elements. The fact that they found the gun and it was a Gluck 2K, and that's the exact gun that another guy bought who was another suspect, just coincidentally had owned the same gun. There were some things like that, so it seemed pretty cartoonish to me. But that's fine. The rest, given that premise, like once you buy into the idea that it's a gang selling drugs and ignore the detail, it's okay. Jonathan Warner points out there were a bunch of coincidences. So I named the gun one. Jonathan points out another one, which was a key part of this puzzle, was that in the very beginning, we find the note that she writes that says Ben, and we did figure out that was code, and we translated her code. It ended up being ZAM, which was the first three letters of the name of the real killer. That's a crazy coincidence. That is an unbelievable coincidence. You have to suspend a little disbelief when you play these kinds of games. And that was within the acceptable range, right? Some people would be upset by that. Some people would say, hey, that's not a realistic coincidence. But you play these games, you get a feel for what's legal, what's allowable. And this was allowable, right? This was in the range of the cartoonish coincidences that you expect in a game. And some people have rationalized that. One way you could rationalize it, and there's got to be a name for this. It's almost analogous to the anthropomorphic principle of life on Earth and all other than that. But basically, the way you rationalize it to yourself is you say, You don't write a story about normal occurrences. You write a story about the very weird, bizarre coincidences, things. So just imagine that in all the universe of possible mysteries, you're only playing the ones that are fascinating because of the odd coincidences. So that's one way you could rationalize it. And Anna says, well, you're right about the cartoonishness and stuff, but from all the suspects, all the games, the workings of these were realistic. And you could also say that, yeah, Logan says, without the coincidence, the game would be much easier. I mean, right, that's what you could say about all these games. If you get rid of the coincidences and the cartoonish nature, you could end these games easily every time. It would be the boyfriend that killed her. Like, that would be it. 99% of the time, the reality is that the woman is killed by the ex-boyfriend who's jealous or whatever, or someone who knows her. So we're only looking at the small niche of these. I think it is true that we occasionally play these games where, like, there's 4 suspects and their motives are ridiculous. Here, they were sort of set up reasonably, like the ex-boyfriend, sure, he could be a killer. And then she's angered lots of people through her eco stuff, and the disgruntled ex-doctoral student. Like, it was all reasonable. And so leaving aside that for a minute, I think we all agreed that it was like everything was nicely tied up with a bow, right? Like, every suspect we found a hard alibi clearing them. We had our psychological reason to think that they might not have done it, but the game said, and the game was very clear to us about what it expected of us, right? It said, look, you're going to have to prove that these other suspects didn't do it. And I did appreciate how the game and this may tie into sort of Anna's gut feeling from this. It was much more of a sort of a fair play detective story, right? There were fingerprints, there were alibis, the alibis were followed up, we got the toll receipts, and it often wasn't a single piece of evidence cleared someone. It was a couple pieces of evidence combined to really lock in someone's alibi. And that's sort of a choice. Some of these games don't do that. Some of these games are like, here's a little hint about their alibi, and they expect you to conclude that that's a good enough reason for an alibi. In fact, the last game we played, one of the real complaints we had was someone's alibi was very soft. Their timeline alibi was very soft, and that drove us in the wrong direction. Here, the game was much more reasonably fair about it. It was saying, you're going to be able to prove the people who didn't do it. The suspects who are innocent, you'll be able to prove that. One complaint I would have is that the game doesn't ask you to prove that. And doesn't, maybe in the hints it'll explain it. We might want to take a look at that to see if we read a nice epilogue, but then no explanation, like here's how you should have eliminated this person, here's how you could have eliminated this person. But maybe the hints will give us that. But I really did appreciate that everyone got excluded. And one of the reasons it was sort of sad that it didn't make us prove that, and I think this is related to my one real criticism, which is a semi-criticism, was just what Jonathan said, a little too easy, perhaps. And I think maybe we'll circle back to that, but let me just point something out. If the end of this game asked us to prove each of the people had an alibi, you could see some groups missing that. And you could absolutely see some people, some groups understanding everything except the name of the killer. That was a very enjoyable. There are a couple really enjoyable moments here where we solved this cipher, and then it took us an hour to solve this cipher. It was weird that it was sort of brute force work. Surprised by that. I wonder if we didn't miss something that would help us figure out the cipher. Maybe we'll go back and look at the hints to see if they tell us. But it was really actually a wonderful moment when we spent an hour, we deciphered it, and then we all sat there saying, why is this important? It was the flirting between the two doctors, and it really left us quizzic. We were really wondering, seems like it's just for flavor, and then we had a theory about the code. That was like a highlight of this case. And when things worked well in this case, that's the flavor they had, where we sort of figured something out and we were like, why is this important to have figured out? Or our gut told us that it might be a code related thing, but then it didn't make sense. And sometimes we talk about that in terms of chains of evidence, right? Some games you play and like you look at a sheet, you understand it, you rule out someone. You look at a new piece of document, you understand it, you rule out someone. And those are the least enjoyable cases. The most enjoyable ones are when we've got a document here, a thing here, we combine them all, and then we make sense of them, and then it clicks. There were a couple of moments like that that really worked well. Overall, it took me a while to get to this point. I want to go back to some details later, but I should have said this up front. Overall, I thought this was a great case. Very high production. Feels like it was worked on for quite some time to get everything right. Great variety of documents. Nice meaty documents to dig into with timeline stuff, the check-in. Those are always fun. Lots of variety. We had an ID card, which was partially visible. We could see some of it. All of the handwriting was handwritten rather than fonts. Lots of different kinds of evidence. We had a little bit of cipher. We got a little bit of everything. Very well done. You could imagine if you bought this for $15, that's a fantastic bargain. $25 is reasonable too. We had some other great moments too. We got this photograph and we didn't understand it. On first glance, it looked like nothing. It made no sense. And then it slowly made sense. And it's fun when you make wrong conclusions and then you go back and you realize, now everything makes sense. Like this is a theory, but then it didn't quite work. That happened there with this photograph. There were bunches of evidence where we got like this key evidence of the student enrollment, which we thought, how do we use that? So really, really good. Had some humor, which was nice. Had some subtlety, had some good aha moments. The dialogue was well written. The interviews were all well written. The use of the internet was great. I think you could argue if you don't like using the internet, that maybe that wasn't needed. Maybe you could do without the internet. But I really like the way they did the internet here. They had basically two websites where you needed the internet. One was a fake email portal, which it just told you to log into. And then we had like 8 emails we could look at that had more dense data. You could have just provided us with those files printed out. I'm not sure why it needed to do that. I think especially since it didn't give us any, those were just, we didn't even have to figure out a password for that. So those papers could have been included with the documents, and I think that would have been a better choice. But this is the way, if you're going to do the internet, if you want to do the internet, it should be done, right? There's no going into your real email and sending real emails and waiting for them. There's no going onto Facebook or hunting around. The game was very clear. Here are the 2 sites to go to. The first one you have to figure out the password to. And that was a fun little puzzle. When we got there, bang, there was the website, there was the information. It was interesting. That's it. So minimal use of internet, and what was there was all nice, confined, and clear. What else? Let's check in with the chat a little bit. And it says, game stated clearly what to do. We found hard alibis for everyone, nice and neat. Maybe not super intricate or deep story, but that's true, but good for what it is, yeah. And it says, it's not like the last SATD case, which was so convoluted and realistic, didn't make any sense. I was really mad at the end. Okay, it's okay. In this channel, it's okay if one person hated it and one person liked it. Okay, back to this case. So let me talk about my criticisms. I think all of my criticisms here are essentially of the flavor, it might have been better if. Like, this was a very solid production. I would have no hesitation at all recommending these games for people interested in this genre, especially if you're newer in the genre. In fact, some of the one of the cases I tend to recommend are the hidden games cases, and those require some different, more convoluted internet access. They're good, but this is sort of nice and clean. The fact that you've got hard alibis for everyone is really nice. One thing that's a little would be a little concerning to me, or not concerning, but if you were trying to say, like, if you were nitpicking, what criticisms could you level? I think most of the challenge was on the easy side, and then maybe the cipher and the conclusion to draw from the cipher was a little on the hard side. It didn't pose too much of a challenge to us, but I think this is a tricky one for assigning a difficulty level and finding a group at the perfect difficulty level. So I think 95% of the case was on the easy side for us. I guess the cipher was on the easy side for us too, but mainly because we've had a lot of experience attacking those ciphers, sort of brute forcing them. And lots of people who play these games don't even consider that doing that. That's a sort of a skill, a learned skill. So I wonder if for the groups that would find this that would find most of the game at a medium to hard difficulty, if that cipher part and understanding how to use that code with Ben, I wonder if that wouldn't stop them dead in their tracks. So I think that's a weird issue there. It's sort of like, I would have liked more of the case to be harder. I think ideally for us, the majority of this case would have been nice if it was harder. Same ideas, everything the same thinking, the designer. It's just a little bit harder. And then the cipher would have been the right level of difficulty. So I'm a little concerned about that. And I am concerned in terms of the other games in this series. Let's see if we can bring it up again. Okay, so let's look at the 4 other games in the series. Remember, there's one more. So the one we played was rated 4 out of 5. I think based on this, I wouldn't even consider buying the movie theater one, which is rated at 3 out of 5. I don't think we want to step down in difficulty. So I think basically the idea of the Murder of a Musician game at 4.5, even a little bit harder than the one we played, is very appealing. And I happen to have that one. So I am looking forward to playing that. I think that's absolutely a game we should play. And in fact, it's rated as taking longer as well. So I think maybe my advice to you, to someone who's newish in this field, would be to try Murder of a Millionaire or Murder at a Movie Theater. Like, if it's anything of the quality that this one is, it would be a great game to get your feet wet in this genre. I mean, it's going to be a very high quality experience if it's anything like this one. And especially if you can get it at $15, or if you've got friends that might want a little lower in difficulty, at $15, those seem like they would be a great evening's entertainment. And then for those of us who have a little more experience, I think anything higher or equal to Murder of a Marine Biologist would be great things to play. So Logan is saying difficulty, we give this 3.5 out of 5, found it too hard or easy, then look up for new games in this series with different ratings. I see someone. This is someone's comment or something. So I would play the musician one, absolutely. Logan says, I'm definitely going to get another one of these cases for solo play. John says, this was a solid case overall. Once again, I think it might be more down because of expectations. I was hoping for more of a death in Antarctica with a unique setting and evidence. Might also be tied a bit to the Deadbolt Society cases. They are a little bit more unique, or a little bit more about setting themselves in a unique location. I think that's fair. So a little bit more in the criticism department, just because I thought this was so well done. I mean, sometimes you can tell when these games were really gone over and polished up and a real attention to detail. And this feels like one of those games. The fact that the alibis were so nice and tight, and that was really enjoyable. Some of these games, even the lesser quality games, ask you for more questions at the end. And this was an interesting one because that final question at the part 2 really made you know the answer and ensured that you've made that second leap. And I could see groups getting stuck there. But the other thing is that it didn't ask us any other questions, and it might have been nice to be quizzed on how to alibi people. And I pointed out that one of these games that we played, only one that I could remember, and it was one of the lesser quality unresolved case files type of games, basically gave you a list of all the evidence. Like it said, item A is this police report, item B is the letter from this person, item C had a big list. And then when it got to the end, it asked you questions, and it would say like, how do you know this person's not the murderer? And it would want you to type in the evidence identifier of the evidence that proves that. When we got to the end of this case, we said, okay, we've got a hard alibi for Beatrix. We've got a hard alibi for the huckster woman selling jellyfish cures, but we didn't have a hard evidence for her ex-husband. Our gut told us that he didn't do it, but we didn't have a hard evidence till we went to the news and found, perfect, we do have a hard alibi. And it might have been nice if the game said, not just honor system, don't do this until you know, but tell us why, each person. Not a big deal. It's okay to have for these games to say, here's the honor system. And I do appreciate the game was very clear. It said on the website, you're not meant to guess about this. You better know everyone's innocent. So that was kind of cool. And I do think we should look at the hints. So let's do that. Let's look at the hints and see if they explain the whole game to us, whatever. So is there a link here at the end to the hints? No, because we got it right. Oh, but we can click on hints and answers at the bottom. Let's see. Can we? How about if we go back? Okay. So if we didn't, and we click on, where's hints? Do we click on this? Hints and answers. What if we go home? Hints and answers, game hints. Okay. There's their new one, Murder at the Magic Mirror Casino. Okay, Murder. I also think these authors should be credited with these games. These are writing books. There should be a name of the person who did such a good job with this. Okay, part 1 hints, part 2 hints. We haven't really talked about the breaking up into 2 parts, and I think Jonathan said it well. I love when these games separate into different acts. This one felt like a little bit of a missed opportunity. What you expect when you've got something broken up into multiple acts is like a little surprise twist, a little event that happens that changes things and turns things around. And here it was more of a gimmick where it just broke it up to make it a little easier for us. It says, first, prove this, then that unlocks part 1. And we didn't need that. We didn't need that. It didn't add much. Okay, so we don't need part 1 hints. Let's see what part 2 hints looks like. What do you need help with? I don't know where to start. The bullet keyring. Okay, let's try this. Take a look at the hints below for guidance about the bullet keyring. Okay. Who won? Fingerprints can be matched to someone. Look at the fingerprints. Quite distinctive fingerprint. Fingerprints belong to John Linsberg. The print matches the right index finger. This could be a reason to believe that it was John Linsberg who killed Trudy. Okay. That's fine. How about the gun? Gun found in the koala enclosure is clearly the gun that killed Trudy. It has the same rifling marks. But fingerprints don't appear to match any of the suspects. Where else could these fingerprints have come from? Where else have you read about some interesting facts? Check the newspaper. I don't think we figured this out. Let's see, what's the answer? In one of the newspapers, an ad for the Brisbane Zoo states that koalas have similar shaped fingerprints to humans. It was the koala fingerprints. As it was found in a koala sanctuary, it could be surmised the fingerprints don't belong to a human. What does this tell us? Well, we need to pursue other routes. This information alone isn't going to help us prosecute. It was the koala's fingerprints. Really? The zoo states koalas have similar shaped fingerprints to humans. Really? We missed that, huh? Where did we not see that? Look at that. It did have an entry. Do you know anteaters have tongues 2 feet long? We didn't even read this. I didn't even read this. Not only did I didn't even glance through it. Koalas have fingerprints the same shape and size as humans. Otters have a little pouch they use to hold their favorite rocks. Wombats' droppings are cube-shaped. All right, that's pretty great. Well, we concluded that we just didn't have fingerprints. But that would have been fascinating if we actually had the fingerprints of our suspect. That would have thrown us off. But maybe we would have assumed it was the koala at that point. We didn't need to figure this out to solve it, but that's pretty cool. All right, you were right. It was the koala's fingerprints. All right, pretty nice. Okay, pretty cute. Let's see what else we got. How about the coded message? Now, who wants to bet whether the coded message had a way to figure it out? What, could we have missed it? It seems to me like this game was of a difficulty level that it wouldn't expect us to solve it the way we did. So let's find out. Clue 1. The words are English. Each letter has been replaced with another. Yeah. Try focusing on short words. Try to find any places where the words I or A are used or any abbreviations. It looks like it's going to say that we should have solved it exactly the way we solved it. In Ben's note, he refers to ABC equals ECD thing. Whoops. Each consonant becomes the next one along. Each vowel becomes the next one along. When Ben said A equals E, he might have been talking about A as a coded letter and E as the translation. Or perhaps A is the translation and E is the coded letter. Try applying this rule to one or two of the shorter words to see if you can start to create or identify some words in English. Spoiler alert, here is the decryption table. Here is the decrypted message. So it expected us to use our deductive abilities to basically brute force it. Brute force is not the right word for solving it that way. This is my favorite way, my favorite ciphers. This is it. Just relying on you figuring out what kinds of words you're likely to see and making little leaps of constraint satisfaction by guessing words. So this is my favorite. It just surprises me because these games tend not to do this. And I think this is going to throw some people. I think some people are going to say there has to be an explanation. You can't expect me to figure it out just from this. Okay, Beatrix, we think we know. Oh, someone wanted us to look at that to see if the dates were a typo. Yeah, it's clear that was a typo. She had her alibi. John Winsberg had the newspaper alibi. I guess this is going to tell us all those things. Penelope Mudds had her alibi. Uda Pen photograph. What was this? Oh, the photograph she gave us. This is about the people killing him by poisoning his foot. What are they doing? Look at the coroner's report. Light bruising and puncture on the sole of the foot. Well, these are fantastic little hints, right? Like if you got stuck, these are very, Anna says, these hints are very good little droplets. You can have just a little nudge or the whole answer. Perfectly said. That's exactly what you want in a hint system. You want to be able to get to the hints. You want to be able to find the thing that you need help on without revealing any information, right? Like this doesn't reveal any information by looking at it. Like if you got stuck on the code, you'd click here. And look, you don't see, and nothing is given away. Whoops. Nothing is given away by looking this. You'd start at your first clue, and it just gives you a little nudge. So this is in keeping with the entire game. Very high production, very polished, very well done, very smooth, elegant, clean. So this is one of the good companies. Anything else, hints we wanted to look at? The scratched ID card. Let's take a look at what this tells us. Look at this generous set of 9 hints. Beacons of Paul are clearly talking about Trudy. The stakeout report, scratched. Student roll. That's the evidence. Compare the after hours car log. It's nice that when you do the code, it doesn't tell you how to use the ZAM yet. Here it says, okay, here are the people that it could have been. Do you have enough information? No, you don't. We don't have enough information to charge any of these students. Have you eliminated all the other suspects? Okay. Now let's see what the final hints are. This is interesting. Clue 1, very important. Do not proceed unless you have read all the other clues and found alibis for as many of the suspects as possible. The following hints will gradually reveal who the killer was. Love it. Next clue. Be sure to focus on the clues given in the scratched card hints section. Having been through all of the hints, you should be able to provide an alibi for the following suspects. Okay, good. That leaves Paul, but Paul could be one of the 3 students we identified by walking through the hints for the scratched card. Could be Jack Zambuchini, Jay Wodarski, or Dirk Muir. There must be some evidence that links one of these people to the card. This is the finale puzzle that we solved. Ben mentions a word game. Trudy liked to communicate in this secretive language, as we know from the coded note. Is there another piece of evidence that we could apply this decryption to? There was a notepad found on Trudy's lap that was being shielded by the modesty panel. Perhaps this was the code. Yes, if you translate Ben, you get Zam. So this was the finale thing. As we guessed, this is the thing people are most likely to get stuck on. And the game gives you a very gentle set of hints so that if you do get stuck on that, which I think people are likely to get stuck on, the hints will give you just enough until you figure it out. That's exactly what you want in a hint system, about as good as it gets. Nice, clean, easy to use. So I think our final conclusions here are that this is a very good game, very well produced. One unfortunate typo with the dates and the social media, but not critical. Very well produced, very good variety, very good documents, very good evidence, fun, some very good moments. And if I have any criticism, it would just be a little uneven in terms of difficulty level. And it seems like the people that might enjoy the most in terms of the ride to the end might get stuck on that ending thing. But the saving grace for all that is a great hint system. So you would go and just get just the hints you need to put you back on track. Rewarding story and rewarding finale if you do figure it out. It was fun to put that last piece of the puzzle together. All right, so we'll be playing Murder of a Musician quite soon when we find the time. I'll see you tomorrow for the first chapter of the Enigma. Any other final comments from the chat? Otherwise, we'll sign off, say goodnight. And it says, yes, it was fun. See you tomorrow. Logan says, glad this wasn't a flop. Remember, these are currently on sale on Amazon as of yesterday. You might want to pick these up. All right, guys. A real pleasure. As always, I've come to find these streams very comforting. This is my happy space. Thanks for joining. Thanks for all the help. This was a good teamwork effort today as well. I'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.